All right, everyone. It is 2:02 p.m. on Tuesday, February 27th, 2024, and this is a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District's Board of Trustees. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do roll call?
Yes, Madam President. Vice President Mayberry.
I'm here.
Trustee Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
I'm here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
Trustee Church.
Last but not least, here.
Madam President, we got a quorum.
Fantastic. Well, we have someone that's been with us after she was gone for a while, and she just pours her heart into what she does for this community for the third time. She's been working morning, noon, and night for months now that she's come back as our interim superintendent, and her service to our community is a model for which I personally look, and I know many people in our community appreciate. So interim superintendent, Dr. Kristen McNeil, will you lead us in today's pledge?
I would be happy to. So this is how we do it in elementary school. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, ma'am.
You're very welcome. And now we'll move on to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Newmoo, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. So I do have some announcements about today's agenda. Some things will be moving to a future meeting, so for the public and for my board, because this will be new news for you as well. Item 401, 301, and 302 are all being pulled and will be heard at a future meeting. I do know that we have some supplemental materials for 401, and those will definitely pull forward. We're hoping to have those potentially as soon as our very next meeting, although that's not necessarily a promise, but we are looking to hear those in an expedient way. So those will be heard, those items will be pulled, and then what we will be hearing after consent will be items 402 and 403. Immediately after consent, and then we'll go back to section 3. So that's a slight difference. So just to recount, because I know this is unusual for us, items 401, 301, and 302, those 3 items have actually been pulled and will be heard at a future meeting. And then after consent, we will be moving to item 402 and 403. And then we'll come back to the budget items, because we do have some guests with us for that. All right, so everyone's good on that? I know that's a little unusual for us. We don't typically have that, so all right. So then that moves on now to section 2. So just as a reminder, consent agenda items, these are basic items that can be considered together as a group. These are basic business that the board conducts. And today we have items 2.02 all the way to 2.22. And so if there are any requests, I'll ask requests to be made now. Trustee Westlake?
Okay. Thank you, President Smith. If we could please pull 204.
204. Mm-hmm. So, okay, I'll consider that request. Is there any more requests?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to pull just one, 203, the almost $6 million Dine Tech.
So on that one, I appreciate the request. I know that there were several questions on this, and I do understand that your primary concern is that it's above your own personal litmus test for the amount. No. So you have an issue with this outside of what you wrote about the refresh for the program, different than all the answers that we have.
My concern is not the amount of money, it's more specific.
Okay. So it's more, and it's different than all the questions that you had.
I don't understand the question.
So what I mean is, so just so everybody knows that's following along, requests to come off the consent are really ultimately decided on by the manager of the meeting. What I'm going to ask really directly is that there have been a lot of questions on the wiring, what this is, all well and good, because that's part of the process. What I don't want to have happen is that we pull this and all we do is read back the answers that have already been given, or literally read to you from the board report. This is just basic work that we do. And honestly, I'm not inclined to pull it if we're just going to read back what we've already submitted.
To be totally honest, I'm not positive if I'm going to vote yes or no until I hear the answers. So I may be voting no on it.
Are your questions different than all the ones that you've submitted?
I think the answer is yes.
Okay, so you have new questions,
Yes,
okay, that have never been heard before on this.
I believe so.
Okay, I mean, I hope so, because what I don't want to have happen is that we get staff up and then we literally read to you from the board report or all the answers that have already been given. So if there are new questions, then that's one thing, but I'm going to really hold you to that right now, because I don't want to have to come up like Dr. McNeil did last time and read the answers that have already been given, because that's not what we do. So we have new questions.
Yes. I believe so, yes.
Yes, well, I believe so. Like, yes, you have new questions, or no, you don't have new questions.
I'm gonna, until I hear the answers to my questions, I don't know how I'm gonna vote. I mean, I don't know how much more clear I can be. I really need to ask questions.
Okay, and those questions are different than all the questions that you've already submitted.
So I'm going through my little pea brain trying to remember all the questions I submitted and the answers, which I did read. But in my mind, yes, the questions are new. The concerns are new.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that, because I really don't want staff coming up and rereading answers that have already been emailed.
I'll be as quick as I can.
Okay. All right, so we'll get staff ready for items 203 and 204. And that means we're now looking at items 202 and then 205 to 2.22. I see, Colleen, I'm sorry, Trustee Westlake, I see your light on. Do we have any public comment for any of those items?
David Kitchen for item 2.10.
Welcome, Principal Kitchen.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to go first, but here we go. President Smith, Superintendent McNeil, and members of the board. This is my first time giving public comment, and I want to start by thanking each of you for serving our district and our community. Serving alongside you as a teacher, an assistant principal, and a principal in Washoe County School District has truly been an honor. I also want to thank members of the Worcester admin team for joining me here this afternoon and for submitting public comment online. Many of you have asked me personally and other building leaders to keep you informed as to the pulse of our schools and when there is something we need. I am here this afternoon trying my best to honor that request. I have had the opportunity to meet most of you, to talk shop with you, to dream with you, to celebrate with you, to give many of you hugs, and I trust you. And yet, there are times when what we know to be true does not align with the reality of how life feels. My mom used to try to convince me of this when I was in high school. She would say, David, it doesn't matter what your intentions are if it's not how your actions and your words are received. Turns out I have a wise mama. And so, I'm asking you this afternoon to vote no on item 2.10. I do trust you, and I trust you when you tell us how much you value assistant principals and principals. And yet, that is not the reality of how life currently feels. In my time in Washoe County School District, I have not experienced lower morale amongst my administrator colleagues than I have this year. All of us support the much needed and well-deserved raises for our teachers, and yet it is hard to feel valued when everyone around you, including all the way to the top, get historic raises, but you are left out. It is hard to feel valued as a new assistant principal when you realize you would be making a higher daily rate of pay if you had stayed in the classroom. It is hard to feel valued when an item on the board agenda that we all know is a hot topic for our association is a consent item, not planned for discussion and not scheduled at a time when most building leaders could be here to participate in public comment. And so we don't feel valued, even though I truly believe that is not what you intend. Approving item 2.10 is one more action that would only affirm how we are currently feeling. If you believe there are reasons that the item makes sense, sometimes timing is more important. Sometimes morale is more important. And sometimes how we all collectively feel is more important than what makes sense on paper. So please vote no, and please take whatever action you can as a board to move our contract negotiations forward in alignment with what the other bargaining units have already received. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Principal Kitchen.
Colby Reardon for item 2.10.
Welcome, President Reardon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees. For the record, I am Colby Reardon, President of Washoe School Principals Association. I'm here to speak about agenda item 2.10. This item directly addresses a contract dispute between the district and WESPA that began in early 2021, and for which the district is now mandated to pay retroactively to July 1, 2021. To be clear, WESPA would love nothing more than to move past this issue and work on finalizing a collective bargaining agreement, and to that end, we have attempted to negotiate a settlement of this dispute with no progress. Our contract grievance could have easily been resolved at the time it was filed, as WESPA offered multiple solutions to avoid having to move forward with the grievance and arbitration, but these attempted resolutions were rejected on multiple occasions. WESPA's contract language provides that our members are entitled to be paid when they are required to work on weekends. This is extremely important to our membership, as we already are working 50 to 60 hours a week prior to even working more on the weekend. The contract dispute went to arbitration, and the arbitrator found in our favor and ordered the district to pay the benefit as required. Unfortunately, Washoe County School District Legal Counsel chose to take this case to district court and challenge the arbitrator's decision, and again WESPA won in district court, and the judge found that the arbitrator had not violated the law and that she correctly interpreted the contract. I would ask that each of you, before voting today on this item, review the arbitrator's award and the district court decision, and these are both clearly showing that the district is contractually obligated to pay our members under the collective bargaining agreement. I have heard many of you around the district say you chose to be an administrator, you knew the expectations, you knew the professional responsibilities, and yes, we did. We choose to be a site administrator where we work with school communities, teachers, students, parents, staff to provide positive and productive learning environments. We choose to support our students' clubs, sports teams, and teachers, and to be available for emergencies on weekends. We choose to put our school community first and be available and present to ensure our students and staff are safe at events on the weekends. We choose to be away from our own families to be available for our school families. The morale of your hardworking principals and assistant principals and administrators has been deeply affected by the failure to reach a settlement with Article 16.4. It would serve the district's interest to respect its contracted obligations and pay your employees what they have earned and what the arbitrator and court have ordered you to pay. This would go a long way in showing your valued employees that you respect them and you want to do what's right by them. Please vote against this agenda item and comply with the contracted agreement and allow your employees to serve the children instead of fighting their employer in court. Thank you.
Thank you, President Reardon.
Daniel Kirk for item 2.10.
Welcome, Mr. Kirk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, Dr. McNeil, and President Trustee Smith. I'm here today with a heavy heart and a deep concern regarding the recent proposal to file to the Supreme Court against administrators within our school district, Agenda Item 2.10. As the principal of Lemon Valley Elementary School and the Vice President of WESPA, I am deeply committed to the success and well-being of our students, staff, and our entire school community. In this spirit of dedication and collaboration, I am here today to express my earnest plea for the reconsideration of this course of action. Engaging in litigation against administrators who lead all our schools to uphold the values and mission of our district would not only detrimental to the morale and cohesion within our educational community, still, it could also have long-lasting repercussions on our ability to serve our students effectively. Rather than resorting to costly and divisive legal proceedings, I implore this board to seek alternative avenues for resolving these issues to move forward positively. Open dialogue and constructive problem solving can often yield more fruitful outcomes, preserving relationships and allowing us to focus on what truly matters, providing a nurturing and enriching learning environment for our students. Furthermore, pursuing legal action will tarnish and rip apart the relationships and collaboration of our district with all school administrators and leaders. The morale of our school leaders is already not good, and the damaging morale among principals can have a far-reaching impact on not only our well-being, but also the effectiveness of our leadership and the overall climate. This, in turn, affects teachers, staff, and ultimately the quality of education provided to our students. In closing, I urge the board not to vote in favor of consent item 2.10, discontinue moving forward with litigation against us school leaders, and explore alternative approaches to addressing this situation and any other contractual concerns and differences we have in a collaborative and respectful way. Let us unite as a unified force with a shared commitment to the well-being and success of our students, staff, and our community. Thank you for your consideration of my perspective, and I hope that we can work together towards a resolution that supports all our leaders, teachers, staff, and students.
Thank you, Principal Kirk.
Freeman Holbrook for item 2.10.
Welcome, Principal Holbrook.
Been here a few times, can't get it figured out. So, good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. For the record, I am Freeman Holbrook, past president of WSPA and the current principal at McLean High School. And I am here to speak on agenda item 2.10. First, I think it's important to clarify what the word administrator means in education. It means leader. It's these people standing behind me right now, sitting behind me right now, that work hours above expectations because educating others is a passion for them. We have building leaders, we have department leaders, and we have program leaders that make up WSPA, and whoever is guiding the decision to take these community leaders to the Supreme Court is attacking the culture of this district. If due to the scope of the job, unit members are required by their immediate supervisor to work extra days above and beyond the minimum contract time, they will be compensated at their daily rate of pay. That is the exact contract language you are voting on to take your leaders to the Nevada Supreme Court after Judge Connie Steinheimer upheld an arbitrator's decision. That when we leave our families 2 or 3 Saturdays a month, we have the option to be compensated. As I read the contract language, it is very clear to me because when I served as a police officer, it always seemed fair. If I was ever asked to come in early or hold over after an 8-hour shift, I was compensated. I understood it was a position of necessity that had emergency situations where I would be required to leave my family due to the scope of the job. But it was equitable because I was given compensation for my duties. Fast forward 20 years, and now I am a principal. For this reason, I can speak to the demands and dangers of this job. It's not how it used to be. I can tell you that I have tracked an average of a 71-hour work week since returning from winter break. My work week is defined in our contract as Monday through Friday. Then on Saturday, this past Saturday, I covered a drone competition. After that, on Sunday morning, 4 a.m., a security alarm went off at McQueen, and I had to go up to the school. This is not an uncommon weekend for me. Without leaders attending these weekend events or emergencies, it puts the district in a position of liability if something were to happen. When we are required to work on the weekends, we handle all the emergency situations, parent-community concerns and communication, facility management issues. We are responsible for the safety and comfort of referees, and we are the final say when something needs an answer on site. Imagine the level of accountability it puts the district in if we are not available to work on these weekends or drive into the school on Sunday morning at 4 a.m. Who is going to take on all these responsibilities we have on the weekends if we are no longer going to be scheduled to cover events? Precedent for this board is to serve our community and support hosting events at our schools as much as possible, but that will not be possible with this current approach. I ask that you pull this item from the consent agenda and at least have a conversation about it to get the other side of the story and listen to your principals. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Holbrook.
Mike Gifford for item 2.10.
Welcome, Principal Gifford.
President Smith, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees, thanks for having me today and listening to what I have to say. As my colleagues have spoken about it, I'd like to discuss item 2.10 today and the impact it would make on all of us. And I understand the need to be fiscally responsible. We're a public entity that uses public funding, and we need to continue to be transparent with our community about how we use those funds. But this agenda item is not about money. It's about people. It's about valuing and respecting our employees. We hear a lot about people over programs. We're a people business that puts people first. But it's time to show that that is true and that we really believe that. A lot of my work every day fills my cup with incredible things that I get to be a part of every day. I absolutely love my job. Later today, I get to talk to all of you about some of those amazing things with my school and with one of my students at AECT. But this job is not always roses and sunshine. There are many times where I leave work dejected, depressed, drained from the more difficult parts of this position. And as has been mentioned, that's part of the job. We get it. I understand that. But feeling valued and respected by my school district and the school community can help me weather those storms and appreciate the more beautiful moments that we always have. I must first point out that I do feel very valued, supported, and respected by my immediate supervisors. And I do feel very valued, respected, and supported by many of you in this room individually. But as our school district, collectively, we don't always feel that value. And this motion today speaks to that. We are always shown that we are valued when we are needed. And I don't think there's any question about that. When a new program, curriculum, idea is needed to be implemented, we are called. And we have to figure out how to do it successfully and implement in all of our schools. When a complaint reaches the superintendent's office, we are the first ones who are called to alleviate that situation, alleviate that concern, and figure out how to fix it and move forward. As Freeman said, when a building security alarm goes off at 2 a.m. on a Saturday, we are called. And we are the ones who have to go, maybe put ourselves in harm's way to see what is happening at our school. When a pipe bursts and the school is flooded, which has happened to me before, the day after Christmas, I was called and I was there. And these kinds of things happen in many of our aging buildings, right? When a wildfire threatens our community and our community needs a safe place to go, we are called. We are the first ones called. It doesn't matter the day or time. But when a bill comes due on a contract that was agreed upon by our school district almost 3 years ago, we're not called. Sounds like we're calling the Supreme Court, or at least thinking about it. And that does not show us value. We are arguing to see if we want to give our community's money to attorneys to fight against us. That's not value. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Gifford.
Jenny Hunt for item 2.13.
Hi, Director Hunt. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm going to stick to my notes here because I might deter. So, good afternoon, Madam President, trustees, and Interim Superintendent McNeil. My name is Jenny Hunt, and I am the director at Mariposa Language and Learning Academy. I want to thank you on behalf of our students and their families and our staff, and I want to thank you, the Washoe County School District staff, for their communication and their site review related to our 6th grade expansion request and for your approval today. Our families are excited. Remaining another year at our school provides another year of academic and social progress and success for our students. As one of the top performing Title I schools in Washoe County School District, our students will be great middle schoolers when they potentially matriculate to a Washoe County School District traditional school setting. As some of you are also aware, we are continuing to work with district staff on a potential gradual growth model for Mariposa. We are also so proud to be working with the Governor's Facilities Fund that has set aside dollars for public charter schools. We currently lease our school facility, and for our future financial stability, it has become very clear to us that we need to seriously examine purchasing our building and expanding our footprint, while also facilitating a modest and gradual increase of our enrollment. A great amount of analysis and review are being put toward this goal with many stakeholders, including Washoe County School District staff, representatives from the Governor's Office, and the State Treasurer's Office. Mariposa, in cooperation with Washoe County School District, would be the first school in Northern Nevada to access these dollars. We thank you in advance for your support of this great opportunity, and we look forward to sharing more with you in the future. We invite each of you to come to our school, see our students, engage with our learners and with our staff. We are so proud of the work that we do and proud to be a Washoe County School District sponsored charter school. We're excited about the future of Mariposa with your support and care, and we look forward to it with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Hunt.
Philip Ramirez for item 2.13.
Welcome, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Smith, Interim Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. My name is Philip Ramirez. For the record, I am the President and Board of the Mariposa Academy. It's really with a tone of pride and appreciation that I make my comments today that Mariposa is proud to be a Washoe County School District sponsored charter school. We work hard to excel at our niche English language learners and Hispanic families. We accomplish great student learning through a great deal of engagement, active board participation, weekly reading to our students by volunteers, and frequent, consistent communication with our families. We greatly appreciate the time Washoe County School District officials have spent at our school. Hopefully you continue to do that, as well as excited to recommend to expand to 6th grade, which allows our 5th graders another year in this environment where they feel confident and comfortable. And we look forward to working with you on next steps for us to serve Washoe County students. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kaylin Evans for item 2.10.
Welcome, President Evans.
Hi, for the record, Kaylin Evans, President of the WEA. When I want to speak on this item, I'm not going to get into specifics about their contract negotiations or what's in there, whether or not they should or shouldn't. I want to talk about the point of when you have something that's collectively bargained, that it's being honored. Obviously, coming from our standpoint, that's something that's extremely important to us. And looking from the outside, and I don't want to make any insinuations, but when you look at this objectively and you say that you have something that was ruled on by an arbitrator and then ruled on by a district court judge, and then we're going to then appeal that to the Supreme Court, and then talking with other bargaining units in our district who have also felt that they have cases that are being brought in directly to district court. The concern about that is you have to look at that from the outside. And again, I don't want to make any insinuations, but if you're looking at this objectively, somebody could deem that as very typical union busting practices. And let me get into what that means. When you have an entity like a management, the school district that has resources and funds above and beyond some of these smaller units, and you are taking them to court, and you are bleeding them dry of their resources, somebody from the outside could look and see that those practices are not constructive to building relationships between the collective bargaining units and the management. We aren't obviously in this situation. I don't want to get in between this fight, but when we look at the importance of unions in the Washoe County School District, we feel as a board, in talking with this, we have concerns over the fact that our district is using their legal fees to take their bargaining units into court after an arbitrator has already ruled on this. And again, you take it to district court, so be it. But to appeal it again, it comes off from the outside that some of those issues might be looked at as we have the resources and funds to do so, and that's going to put a lot of our smaller units in jeopardy. And I just want us to be aware of the optics of that, to not only us in this room, but our labor across from top to bottom. Those are major concerns for us, strictly from a collective bargaining standpoint. So I would just take that into consideration when you guys are going to vote on 2.10. Thank you.
Thank you, President Evans.
The board received emails from Tomas Macalusa for item 2.10, Sean Hill for item 2.10, Mshawn Atuafi for 2.10, Laura Gingerich for item 2.10, and Pablo Nava Duran for item 2.22.
All right, thank you, JJ, and thank you to all of our speakers. Okay, to bring it back to this board, we're looking for a motion on items 2.02, 2.05, and 2.22. I'm sorry, 2.02, 2.05, 2 and through item 2.22. Yeah, 2.02 and then 205 to 222.
So moved.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. So now we'll move forward with item 2.03. This is the approval of award for bid 57-B-10-24-SA, Information Technology Networking Equipment to Dynetech Services LLC in the estimated amount of $5,735,771.09 for an initial term of 15 months beginning April 1st, 2024 and ending on September 30th, 2025. This is an item for possible action. And so we'll ask staff to come up. And Trustee Church, I'll turn it over to you for your questions.
Thank you, and I'm going to try and go as briefly as I can. So to that point, this is a $5.7 million request for Dynetech for essentially, I guess you can call it tech equipment for a large number of schools. And I'll very briefly put on the record that I felt the original staff report was very lacking. I did ask questions, got a lot of answers, and I'll get right to my point. As I understand it, there were 3 bids. 1 bid was accepted, 2 bids were declined. 1 didn't have pricing. The other one, can you explain to me why that one was declined?
The second one that was rejected only provided pricing on some of it and not the entire project. And this was clear in the bid document. This was being awarded as an all or nothing bid. Once we notified them that they had been rejected for not providing all their pricing, they acknowledged that they had forgotten to put in one part, and then they tried to send it to us then. But we are unable to accept pricing after the bid due date and time.
Okay, so here's
If I can also help, I'll just like to read the answer that we got to this same question, just so that everybody can follow along. And so everyone knows too, these questions that come in from the trustees are also public information so that everyone can follow along. So the answer that we got on this exact same question was, 1 bidder was rejected because they did not submit any pricing with their bid. Pricing is the most important part of a bid submission, and we cannot accept pricing after the bid due date and time. The second was rejected because they did not provide one of the pricing exhibits. This is an all or nothing bid, so we could not consider them because they did not submit pricing on everything. After we rejected this bidder, they indicated that they had forgotten to submit it and sent it to us. However, we cannot accept pricing after the bid due date and time. The prices we received from the remaining bidder are very consistent with what we've paid in the past. This bidder has won this bid multiple times, and they submitted a valid bid on time, and their pricing was consistent with what we've paid in the past. And so we saw no reason to reject their bid and go out to bid again. Additionally, going back out to bid puts our E-rate reimbursement for this year in jeopardy. We started this process in September to have a bid package ready to go out in November. By E-rate rules, the bid had to be open for at least 28 days with no cardinal changes. Becomes 38 days to include the 10-day question and answer period. If we had to go back out to bid now, going through the process and back to the board puts us outside of the E-rate filing deadline of March 27th. So I just wanted to submit that answer to the same question. All right, next one.
So getting back to my question, they missed one out of a group of bids. What is the past practice? What have we done in the past when people make a de minimis minor mistake like that?
With all due respect, not turning in pricing is not a de minimis mistake. There are certain things that the law allows you to waive as informality. So if I have a form, for example, that the law doesn't require or is not substantial to the bid, we could look at accepting that late. But the bid pricing is the most important thing. And the reason you can't submit it after the fact is now you have the pricing is out. And now you can submit pricing that's lower than the pricing that's out. So under no circumstances would we accept pricing after a bid due date and time, and that is our standard practice. I've been here for 16 years. We have held true to that for the 16 years I've been here, and I would say for many, many years before my time here as well.
Okay, that's an excellent answer, and that was not in there. And when we're dealing with that much of taxpayer money, my impulse was to send, up until that answer, my impulse was to say no, vote no, and send this back out to rebid. By the way, my recollection is we received those answers, as did the public, around 10:30 this morning. So this wasn't put out, a week in advance. But yeah, that's exactly the answer I needed. Thank you.
JJ, do we have public comment on this?
We do not.
All right, I'll look to this board for a motion. Vice President Mayberry.
Move to approve item 2.03.
Excellent. So motion by Trustee Mayberry. I think I heard a second by Clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Let's move on now to item 2.04. This is the review of the annual charter school performance monitoring of Bailey Charter Elementary School and possible action to make a finding whether the school is compliant with the terms and conditions of its charter agreement. This is an item for possible action, and so we welcome up the members of the team. Trustee Westlake, since you've pulled this one, I'll defer to you first for your questions.
Thank you, President Smith, and thank you for all being here. My only concern with this is, and I don't want it to come across as any way punitive or degrading to our charter school, Bailey Charter School, but my issue is I'm uncomfortable with us entering into, I think it's a 2-year contract with this charter school that is failing on the financial transparency, getting all their ducks in a row with their finances. And again, I don't want this to be punitive. I think as a role for any partner of ours with any organization in our community, that we should be here to help and support and aid in them being the best that they can be. That's our responsibility. But on the other side, I think with them not having a finance committee still, or it's in the works, and I think this has been going on since 2022, there's definite money issues, contract approvals being done in the way that they're not supposed to be done, charges without proper supporting documentation, expense reports not subject to appropriate review and approval. And I just feel that we should maybe not enter into a 2-year contract, be supportive and helpful and get their legs under them, and then enter into a contract. Because right now, entering into a contract, they're really not upholding all of our requirements that we require in a contract. So we're entering into something that they're already not upholding. And like I said, I think some of this has been going on since 2022. So I would like to see us be mentoring and supporting, but not moving forward with the contract until certain things are met. Thank you.
I can do it. Kirk Starkey, for the record, Chief Internal Auditor. To answer the question, the best way to say it is a couple years ago there were many issues financially with the school. They undertook, after that, they undertook a complete changeover in the board. They have a new principal running the show. There's a new finance manager. So after that, those were significant and really good changes from our perspective, from the accounting perspective. This year and last year they had a finding, and in the response to one of their findings, they were going to form a finance committee. It did not get formed during the past fiscal year, but they did form it, and they have met as of December of 2023. So that is a positive in that way. The other findings that were noted in the financials this time are they are big internal control issues that need to be corrected. There's no way around it. We met with the school. They agree. They're putting practices in place to correct them. Our plan from internal audit would be to go out in about April to make sure that they're corrected as is being represented. Regarding the monies, the accountants have issued good financial opinions, basically unmodified opinions, which means they're materially accurate, which are good. So the finances are good. They have a strong fund balance, but they have had some internal control deficiencies in the way of financial reporting, and that I would say this year's are a little different than last year's. They've been corrected from 2 years ago, and then this year there's a couple different ones. It's kind of a mixed bag with that way, but that's the best way I think I can present that.
If I could offer as a clarification, because I had this question too. So the fiscal year requirement, that the fiscal year actually ended at the midpoint of 2023. So they did form, because I asked the same thing, they formed the committee in the calendar year of 2023, but they didn't do it by the end of the fiscal year. And by the way, I am not at all saying, I mean, there was a clear directive, so I'm not weighing in on whether that was right or not. I just want to make sure to clarify that the calendar year and the fiscal year are two different things, and that was something that I found helpful too.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. I mean, everybody stumbles. It's our job to support and to move forward and not get bogged down in things that are not up to specification. We want to move towards that. And I have no doubts whatsoever that it will occur. I just think when you enter into a contract that you are putting yourself out there also saying everything is great. We're going to enter into this partnership relationship with you. We're signing our name on the dotted line, and everything is not up to snuff yet, and I know it'll get there. I'm just saying that me personally, I would just be uncomfortable with doing that. I would want to lend whatever support I could to bring it up, but I wouldn't be able to enter into a relationship with someone if I was uncomfortable with certain aspects. And a very important aspect is being fiscally responsible and transparent with that. So, thank you.
Trustee Westlake, I would also, Kendra Fox for the record, I would only add that it's a one-year contract, and then next year we'll be renewing for the normal amount of time, but this year was just a one-year renewal. So if that helps ease your mind a little bit too.
I think I would still want
It's a really good follow-up, and then I'm going to turn it over to Interim Superintendent McNeil. So with the proposed plan of working with the school, and I do want to give the school an opportunity to respond as well, would you be reporting back to this board how that review goes in April, because of course, we haven't taken a vote, so we don't know what direction this is going to go in. What I can tell you I would prefer is to not wait for a year from now to find out whether these things aren't happening. I would tell you that in the event that this board does go in that direction, I would personally have an expectation following that April review to know exactly what's going on, because that's not even 2 months from now, exactly. So as our auditor, could you weigh in on how you could provide this board feedback about your findings at that time?
Yes, definitely. That would be the plan. We would go out in April, take a look, make sure the deficiencies that have been noted in the CPA report have been corrected and are properly corrected, and then we would report back to the board after that is done, because otherwise waiting for the next review period, it's way too long. The whole year is over. None of us, you're way after the fact. So the point was to hit it basically before the fiscal year end would be the plan. Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Interim Superintendent for an introduction, and then I'd like to welcome the representative from the school to speak on this item too.
Well, I just wanted to familiarize the board with our not a new face, but new to this position. Rochelle Proctor is our charter school liaison, and so I just wanted you to have her introduce herself, and then obviously our new Bailey Charter Administrator as well, who is also a familiar face to the Washoe County School District. So Rochelle, do you want to say just a word or two?
Well, hello. This is my new position. I still am passionate about SHARE. I know y'all know me from that. So thank you for the warm welcome, and I look forward to working with all of our charter schools.
Now I'd like to welcome the representative from the school to introduce yourself and perhaps expound on some of the things that Trustee Westlake has pulled up, which, by the way, these are very good questions.
Hi, I'm Kelly Wales. I'm the principal at Bailey Charter Elementary School. Thank you so much, Madam President, Interim Superintendent, and the rest of the board. It's been an interesting transition for me working at Bailey. Coming from a district level, working with the Washoe County School District for a long time, I knew all the right things that we need to do at a school, but we certainly have had some stumbles along the way. I feel like we've made some very positive gains, but we still absolutely, and I agree with you, Trustee, we still have many areas that we need to rectify and correct. As the leader of the school, I take full responsibility. It is my responsibility to ensure that we are following through with the auditor's recommendations. It's my responsibility to ensure that we are upholding our agreements to you, our sponsor, which we very much appreciate. We've been very thankful to work with Mr. Starkey and Mr. Casey. They've come out and really spent quite a long time with us, which was very kind of them, to go through the items in more detail than we had received. We were unable to have our own auditor come out this year and talk about the findings. He was able to provide some information to our finance manager, who then provided the information to the board, but there were some health issues and he was unable to attend. When Mr. Casey and Mr. Starkey came to visit with us, it really opened my eyes to things that I was truly not aware of, and I didn't fully understand the gravity of the situation. As such, we absolutely have a finance committee. In fact, we're meeting again tomorrow. We're meeting monthly. We're continuing to cease practices that had been in place, and we are making every effort to ensure that we are implementing all of the suggestions that the Washoe County School District and our own personal external auditor has provided us with.
All right, thank you. Trustee Westlake, would you like to ask more questions, and then we'll go to public comment?
I just want to say that I don't know legally if we could pause on entering into the contract, or if this is like we got to do it now or not. So I have that question, but I wouldn't even be I would like to just see, as long as we're improving, I'm not even saying we have to be in that perfect state, because nobody's perfect and things get overlooked. But myself, I would feel more comfortable entering into a contract with someone if we still see that track record of improving, and in April, if we saw that we're still on that upward trajectory of improvement, then I'd be like, great, we are moving in that direction, but I don't think enough time has gone by. The intent, and I know you guys can do this, ladies, I know you can. Your hearts are in the right spot, but I think everyone and everything needs to be held to a certain level of accountability, and if I could see that accountability being upheld in April, and that's the direction we're moving, then my opinion, I would be feeling more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake, I hear you, and this is so important because we have a fiduciary responsibility, absolutely. I will say several things that when I went most recently to visit, we had a thorough discussion about these concerns, and talk about transparency, which isn't one of my favorite words. Talk about telling truth and talking about problems is what it was. And I will say that two things. That is why it's extremely important that we as trustees visit our charter schools and have these deep conversations. That's where I learn. And I want to just say that Kirk and his team and Kendra have provided just incredible support. They recognized a need. They honored the fact that we want to work together. This is for our students, and your help has been pivotal in helping Bailey Charter School understand that there are areas they must pay attention to, and I appreciate that partnership. And I would say that honoring another year for a contract gives everyone, including us, the time that we will need to correct these issues, and you're already working on it, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's any public comment on this item.
There is not.
Okay. Thank you for this discussion. So for those that are here in the audience, the school district, the Washoe County School District, actually sponsors 11 of the 18 charter schools here in Washoe County. There is no single entity that supports charter schools in this county more than the Washoe County School District. And that is a responsibility that we take very seriously. And that responsibility isn't just on face value. There's also a fiduciary component to it. So this has been a really active and important conversation. So on that note, this could obviously go in a few different directions, but it is time to either ask additional questions or to move forward with an action. And so I will look to some recommendation on how we should move forward with this.
I just have one quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So at what point do we get to look at this again if they're not going in the right direction?
So it sounds like I'm going to let Kirk, I'll take a shot and then you gut check me. It sounds like we're going to get a report following their April review. And then this will be back in less than a year or around a year because the extension is only for one single year. And then we would reconsider it at that time. But there would be that well, that's when we're going to get the status check if they've done all the things. And then we will get the opportunity a few months after that to make another decision on whether or not we move forward in the current relationship that we have with the school. How did I do?
That's perfect, correct. Thank you.
And one more clarification. If something really goes sideways, Mr. Starkey can come forward at any time and we can re-agendize it.
Correct, exactly.
All right. On that note, I will look to the pleasure of the board on how to move forward with this.
President Smith, I will go ahead and utilize the motion as it was written because I have full faith that our superintendent, current, interim, and future will follow up, and I absolutely know that Kirk Starkey will do that. I have every faith. So here you go. I motion to approve the amendment to the charter agreement with Bailey Charter School to change the from June 30th, 2024 to June 30th, 2025.
That's the incorrect agenda item.
That's why you shut me off. You know,
No, that was an accident. We're on item 2.04.
But are we not? Yes. So we don't need to make an agenda on this one, because really what we just talked about was extending, correct me if I'm wrong, extending the agreement. You pulled 2.4, which then really has nothing to do with our discussion.
Yeah, so this is 2.4. So what we would find is the possible action to make the finding that the school is compliant with the terms and conditions of its charter agreement. And then knowing that this is how they're going to be handling it based on the review in April and the fact that this would only go for 1 more year. But we'll get that midpoint in a couple months.
So clarification, we technically already approved the motion that I just made to go for a year. June 25. Yes, we did.
Yes, that's item 2.12.
Yes, we did. Okay. So our discussion was maybe just
That's
a
Coral
clarification.
Hold on, we're getting all over the place. 2.12 is Coral Academy.
My apologies, it's 2.11.
And that's what I was reading from. Please excuse us. We're the Colleen, Trustee Westlake, which item did you pull?
We already voted on 2.11. We already, it looks like we are, and that's my fault. I was so into compliance, thank you, that I lost track of 2.11. We already voted on it, and truthfully, I would have voted no just to wait, but I already voted yes, and I have full confidence with you ladies taking the reign and turning this around, and the support that we have from the district. It's going to be fine. I just was a little concerned that we'd asked this and then it kind of wasn't done, even though it was in the school year or whatever. Just seemed like it should have been moving forward, but it sounds like it is now, so I'm good.
Clerk Rodriguez.
President Smith, I look to you for guidance.
Well, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, we pulled the item that was requested, and every trustee has their own reasons for this. So based on the item that's actually pulled, I'm looking for an action about whether to or not to find that finding. So that's really what we're looking for. Clerk Rodriguez, I saw your light on.
Thank you, Madam President. Just my notes here, we did pull 203 and 204. With that being said, I'm ready to make a motion that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda item 2.04.
I second.
All right. Motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Nicolette, and I see Trustee Woodley's light on for comment.
Yes, ma'am. Just for clarification, thank you, President. As I understand, my fellow trustee, her intent was to bring forward her concerns, and I think we did here, and so did they. So, thank you.
Absolutely. I appreciate the conversation very much. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right. Motion carries 7-0. We look forward to that report in a couple months. All right. So that closes Section 2 and consent in its entirety. And just as a reminder, we're going to pause on moving forward with Section 3 while we move ahead to Section 4. Item 4.01 has been pulled, and we will hear that at a future meeting. Again, just to reiterate for the record, I know we had some supplementary materials. We will definitely pull those forward for that. And then that now brings us to item 4.02, and that's the presentation and possible action to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-006, a resolution recognizing February 26th, to March 1st, 2024 as Public Schools Week in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for possible action. And then we welcome up Michelle Anderson, our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, and Dr. Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer. We also have quite a few special guests with us as well. I know you'll introduce them, but we have representatives from many of our associations with us today.
So I'll just start. Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications Community Engagement Officer. After Dr. Parks does his presentation and introduction, we have a great video that captures all of the work that is being done at our schools and throughout the district to support our students and community.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Interim Superintendent Dr. McNeil, and Board of Trustees. It is my honor to introduce this item. I wish I could tell you it was my brilliant idea to do it this way, but my co-presenter was actually the one who brought it forward, and I thought that really seems like a very appropriate way to celebrate our public schools. So, as you're likely aware, our public schools are comprised of principals. So we have today with us our president of our WSPA Association, Ms. Colby Reardon, if you would like to come up, please. We also have teachers and educators in our schools, and we have our president, Kaylin Evans, come on up from WEA. Trying to see who else made it. And we have a new association. Tony, come on up. The Washoe.
Professional.
He says it's WIPTA, but I say it's WOOPTA.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
Washoe Professional Technical Association. And of course, we always want to recognize our school police and our Washoe School Police Association. And Detective Eric Diamond, I believe, is here to represent them as well. He needed to step out. We also acknowledge our WESP, but we were not able to get anybody from that association to be able to attend today. So wanted to go into the proclamation.
We found him.
Yes. And our public schools are clearly made up of these associations, and they provide the great amount of service that goes into our public schools. So wanted to recognize them during this proclamation.
Thank you, and we're honored to have you here too. This is an item for action, so we will take public comment before I do the reading of the actual resolution. But the strength of our community is our public schools. This is something you might hear me say, and I mean it, is that we protect the future of America's democracy by protecting public education. And so we really appreciate all that our staff does for us and the importance that public education has. Oh, and looks like we've got the video.
We could clap, so good. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. So I want to thank our representatives for being here today. You know, I have had tendency to get very, very passionate about this topic, and so I'm not going to go onto my public performance on that, because this is something that is grounded in everything that you all do every single day, from 0 to 22 in our school district, actually. And it's incredibly important for our public to understand what happens every day, the magic that happens every single day in our public schools. And so I want to thank all of you for being here today, for our 60,000 students and 8,000 employees, for everything that we do on a daily and nightly basis when we're talking about our school police. So thank you. You all can sit down. You don't have to stand for the entire reading of the resolution. There is a lot of whereases, but once we get to that point, we're going to invite you all back up. And we do have beautifully framed copies of the resolution for you, and so we'll take pictures with the board.
Colby Reardon.
Welcome up, President Reardon.
I just wanted to do public comment on this topic today because it is a true honor to work so closely with all of the associations that I have an opportunity to. So good afternoon again, President Smith and Superintendent McNeil and trustees. For the record, I am Colby Reardon, the president of Washoe School Principals Association. And when Dr. Parks called and told me about this, I was very pleased to hear this acknowledgement. So I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for the public school resolution and to adopt this week as Public Schools Week. WESPA appreciates the acknowledgement of the collaborative efforts among all the school district associations, WEA, School Police, WESP, and WEPDA. It is wonderful to see such unity and commitment to the betterment of our school district and to our students of Washoe County School District. By working together, we not only enhance the educational experiences for our students, but also strengthen the school community. The collaboration among these associations has not only enriched the education of our students, but also the educational environment within our schools for all of our stakeholders. It is a pleasure to work with WEA through our ongoing collaboration amongst both sets of members. School police are an integral part of our work with our students and families. Their work in supporting the needs of our schools and students assist in building positive learning environments while assisting in the safety of our staff and students. We look forward to our work and collaboration with the newly established WEPDA and our continued work with WESP. This acknowledgement signifies the importance of teamwork, communication, and shared goals in achieving success. It does serve as a reminder for all of us that the collective impact we can have on students, staff, and the community. I appreciate the dedication of all parties involved and look forward to seeing the positive outcomes that will undoubtedly result from our continued collaboration. As we move forward, let us continue to strengthen collaborative partnerships, recognizing that together we can create bright futures for our students. Thank you for recognizing the partnership among our association and united efforts.
Thank you, President Reardon.
That's all I have.
I'll bring it back here. So I'm going to be reading the resolution, but before I do, Public School Week it's just a single week, of course, but really this is something that we should be doing year-round. The advocacy for public schools, the importance of public schools, because actual public schools are open to every single child that moves to a community. It does not matter how much money that child's family has. It does not matter what needs they may have that are unique to their education. It means that we serve every child. There are no wait lists in public schools. It means that we have our doors open and our hearts open to the needs of every single child, and that's something that is incredibly important, and all of our staff members live to that promise every single day. So I want to say thank you. And on that note, I will be reading a resolution recognizing February 26th to March 1st as Public Schools Week in the Washoe County School District. Whereas Public School Week is an annual celebration dedicated to honoring the invaluable contributions and achievements of all those who work in the over 97,000 public schools in the United States. And whereas public schools serve as the heartbeat of our communities and the backbone of our democracy, paving the way for equitable opportunities and growth by welcoming every child, regardless of ability, race, religion, wealth, language, country of origin, or needs. And whereas public education includes necessities such as counseling, extracurricular activities, and mental health supports that are critical to help students engage in learning. And whereas the need for quality public education is a nonpartisan issue, as public education is delineated as a right in Nevada under Article 11, Section 2 of our state's Constitution. And whereas the 8,000 employees of the Washoe County School District bring their education, skills, and training to help students learn, grow, and provide the supports and services they need every day. And whereas public schools in Washoe County offer a diverse range of choices in program and services, continually adapting to consider the individual needs of every child, meeting present challenges and seizing the future opportunities. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees urges everyone to strengthen our collaborations and highlight strategies for ongoing improvement in our public schools. And be it further resolved, the Board of Trustees asks the community to join us in supporting our local public schools and uplifting all our students. Adopted this 27th day of February 2024. Thank you. And on that note, I will look for any lights for comment or for a motion, because this is an item for action. Vice President Mayberry.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion if you're ready for that. Sounds like you are. Thank you. I'm honored to move to approve a resolution recognizing February 16th through March 1st as Public Schools Week in the Washoe County School District. And it's an honor to serve all our teachers and our principals and all those that support our students and our families. Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Vice President Mayberry, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Let's take some photos. Thank you. All right, everyone. So that closes item 4.02. And as previously stated, we're going to go ahead now and move on to item 4.03. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action. Provide direction to McPherson and Jacobson related to the determination of timing and activities to be scheduled for the finalist phase of the superintendent search, to include announcement of finalists, visits to the district, including community engagement, small group meetings with trustees, and scheduling of a meeting of the Board of Trustees to conduct finalist interviews and to schedule a meeting for deliberations and to select a candidate and process to make an offer for the selected candidate. This is an item for possible action. And we welcome with us today in the audience, but ready and on hand, is Katie Louise Weir, our Director of Professional Growth Systems and School Supports, Kate Shum, our Interim Director of Talent and Employee Services, and with us in person from McPherson and Jacobson, Dr. Walt Cooper. All right, and so we'll bring up the presentation and turn it over to Dr. Cooper.
Thank you, Madam President, and it's good to see you all again. Glad to be back, although I think we need to have a conversation about order of agenda, because last time when my partner was Steve Joel was here, he had to follow the BSU speakers. I just had to follow this video, cool video from schools. That's hardly fair, but thank you for engaging with some time here. So Madam President, do you want me to just jump into the first part of the slide deck, which is the progress update? This is just a few announcements, and then I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. So is this on? Perfect. Okay. So just a very quick update. This is probably more of a review for folks watching that aren't behind the dais, but you recall that these are dates that we have already established, that you have already established, activities and the critical dates really that take us up through, largely through March 19th, which is the closing date for the applications. The survey launched on the 9th after the last time we were here. We closed that last Friday, and you see the February 27th date here. I will be back, well, I'll get to that in a minute. So really what we were going to talk about in the next portion of this presentation, when we really think about phase 4 planning, we're going to be forward thinking past that March 19th, at least past the March 12th date, and largely past that March 19th date. So I have 3 items to visit with you about, just as I said, announcements more than anything. So we closed the community stakeholder survey on Friday. We received 545 total responses to that survey. I saw the preliminary summary results on the plane yesterday on my way out, and I will just say to each of you around the dais that you clearly have, based on what we did in our work session, the conversations we've had, you clearly have the pulse of your community. There will be nothing forthcoming out of that stakeholder report when I'm back here on the 12th that will be of any surprise to you. And so we asked the four simple questions, all narrative. We didn't do any demographic or multiple choice or anything like that. Just 4 narrative questions. We asked for reasons why candidates should consider applying for the superintendent's position here in Washoe County Schools. We asked for most desirable traits, skills, and characteristics. We asked about challenges, and we asked about significant opportunities, right? And so, as I said, I will bring forward that report to you on March 12th, which will also include the second part of item 2 up there. So Dr. Joel and I completed the individual trustees, the trustee one-on-one conversations and executive leadership team one-on-one conversations early last week. And so I will include the summary of the leadership team conversations, not attributable to any individual, of course, but I will summarize and synthesize common themes to different questions, same sort of theme, but different questions, a little more specific questions asked of the executive leadership team. So those 2 things, the results of the thematic results of the stakeholder survey, and then thematic results of the ELT conversations will be the foundation, more than foundation, it will make up my report on the 12th. I will just pause very quickly here and invoke one quick moment of personal privilege and tell you that after completing those 9 ELT one-on-one conversations, whoever you select for this role is very, very lucky. They are inheriting an outstanding team. They're optimistic, they're professional, they're direct, and so I didn't want to wait till March 12th to tell you that. And you all are nodding your heads because you probably knew that long before but I'm just validating that for you. And then just very quickly, the advertising and application submissions, we close on the 19th. I think when I told you this, I think when I was here before, I told you that we likely will get fully 50% of the entire cadre of applications in the last 48 hours prior to the close of applications. I don't know why that is. It doesn't matter if the district is large or small, doesn't matter if it's Nevada, Florida, Colorado, anywhere we work. That pattern always happens. But we are gathering applications as we speak. We were, speaking of advertising, we were able, actually the day that Dr. Joel was here that afternoon, we solved the issue with governmentjobs.com upon Mr. Mayberry's recommendation, so we got that up and out, and then all of the other all of the other advertising venues, we were able to make sure that those were up as well. And I think our outreach, we have applicants from numbers of states already across the country. That's nothing more to me than, doesn't mean that they're high quality applicants or not at all. It just means that our outreach and advertising has been successful in that regard. So that's what we want to make sure that we do. So that's really it for the progress update to this point. I'll pause here, Madam President, and field any questions, if you like, before we go on to Phase 4 design. No lights, that's a good thing. All right. So we'll go into Phase 4 planning. Let me get... so I'm going to show you, so the objective today, right, is we have to not recreate, but very similar to our work a month and a half ago. We need to set some parameters, set some dates, and talk about some very specific, not too specific at this point, but some very specific things that will happen from now until your appointment of the next superintendent in May. So that's the objective here for today's meeting. I'm going to show you a revised chart that you've seen before. So when you saw this the first time, all of those tasks under Phase 1 were in dark font, as were the tasks in Phase 4. Phase 2 and Phase 3 were largely grayed out because that's the work that we've been doing once we left here and completed Phase 1. But when you saw this the first time, you might recall there was a large asterisk up above the Phase 4 bubble, and we said we would come back at a later date and we would take on the design of some of these additional activities. That's why we're here today. So there's one that closes out, that's the transition from Phase 3 to Phase 4. That's the developing of interview questions. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how we're going to present a slate of finalists, what the interview process will look like, those kinds of things relative to dates that you all need to get on your calendar. So there are 5 things that we need to talk about. Some of these have a couple of sub-bullets to them as we get into them. But as I said, the interview question development, announcement of finalists, the finalist events, and interviews with you, stakeholder feedback on final candidates. This is not feedback that's related to my presentation to you on March 12th. This is feedback that and we're going to gather this feedback in a significantly different manner than we gathered the feedback up front. But I have some examples to show you here, what that will look like. And then finally, your action to appoint the next superintendent. So do I need to pause for anything before we get into number 1? Okay, this one's pretty quick actually because we can't do it yet. So the way that we want to develop the interview questions, we really want you all to own those questions. Those questions have to be questions that vet and really intentionally dive into what you need to know about your candidates. What you need to know about your candidates are how well they meet your criteria, match your criteria that we identified when we did phase one a month or so ago here. And so, as you see in the bulleted point there, what we ask, I'm going to show this. You can't read that. That's just a screenshot. But you have a full 8.5 by 11 copy of this, I believe, in your board docs. So this is the scoring rubric to which we will refer through many parts of this process. But what you should notice as you look at this and think back to the activity that Dr. Joel and I did with the charts over here, everything that came forward that we then collapsed or put together in 5 or 6 bullets in terms of the job posting is now represented on a different line with a scale, with a 1 to 6 rating scale next to it. So you may ask, well, why is this part of the conversation at this point? If this is a candidate, we don't even know who the candidates are. This really should drive your interview question development. So what I would challenge you is each of you ought to be able to take this rubric, look through this, and find those points that were most salient to you or most critical to you in terms of your candidate criteria or characteristics. And then we're going back to here, we're going to ask you to craft and submit 2 preferred interview questions based on that rubric. Now, in addition to that, I'm certain that you are also going to want to intentionally vet or intentionally dive into items that came out as critical, or like I said, there's not going to be much difference, but using that stakeholder survey, that preliminary stakeholder survey information to help you understand not only what is most critical to the 7 of you sitting around this table during that exercise, but what is most critical to the Washoe County School District community. So you're going to get that on the 12th, on March 12th, when I come back here. We're going to ask for those questions by March 31st. So you have some time to think about it. And so if we ask you for 2 questions, that'll get us to 14 questions. If you spend, an hour to an hour and 10 minutes with each candidate, they spend 2 minutes responding or so to each question, that's going to fill your interview time. If it appears that we have, once you submit your questions, there may be some redundancies, so we'll account for some and control for some redundancies. There may be some obviously glaring gaps as well. But remember, this is not the only opportunity for you to gain information from candidates. We're going to ask them 3 video questions. Typically, we craft those video questions for candidates based on some of those gaps. Right, so we don't just ask them a 30,000-foot question about their leadership philosophy, right? If we know there's something that's really important to all of you that surfaced on that candidate rating rubric that isn't going to be addressed in the room necessarily by the questions that come forward, we'll try to work some of that information into those video questions that we'll ask candidates to produce. The other thing is, remember, you will have the opportunity, we'll talk about this in a couple of more slides, but you'll have the opportunity to hear candidate responses to other questions that are posed by members of the community, right, that are in the public forum arena. So it's not just the 14 questions that come forward by the end of next month from all of you. There will be other opportunities. And then, at the end of all of that, you will get the stakeholder feedback from those public events as well. We'll talk about that.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, Dr. Cooper. I don't really have a question. I was going to have a question, but you guys are doing such a great job of covering all the bases. My question was going to be, will we get to hear the answers of the candidates that the other trustees asked? And you guys are thinking of everything, and I just wanted to say how much I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so
On that note, I want to jump in really quick. And absolutely, Dr. Cooper and Dr. Joel are doing a fantastic job, but I also want to recognize Katie Louise Weir and Kate Shum, and also Chief Legal Counsel Neil Rombardo. We're all working together as a team with this to be really thorough, and we really have been. So Dr. Cooper and Dr. Joel are 100% leading this train, but we are taking our responsibilities that this board has given to us incredibly serious.
yeah, and in about 2 slides, you're going to see where that work is going to ramp up significantly for you all. So I'm just preparing you. So I'm going to go on by this again. I don't think you. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. Just a quick question. So we're asking for the 2 questions per each trustee. Would we know what other questions our fellow trustees are asking us to, just to make sure they're not redundant in nature?
If there are some redundancies, we'll circle back a second time.
Okay.
Right, but we need to be careful with that, because we don't want the actual finalist interview questions to be subject to public disclosure. Right, that creates a tremendously inequitable process.
So you'll let us know, like,
yeah,
if trustee B already asked that question, maybe ask it something else.
Yep.
Okay,
and
thank you.
And that's why we utilize the rubric so much. So yeah, we'll that's not an uncommon thing to happen. So then we get to the announcement of finalists. So we are targeting this to be on or about April 15th. Wanted to give us a little bit of flexibility rather than a very specific date there, because oftentimes some things happen at the 11th hour, right? A background check component needs to be recycled for something, or who knows. And we don't want to get ahead of a single release for all candidates that have crossed every T, dotted every I, and that are moving forward as finalists. So we're going to target April 15th. I don't have any reason to believe that we won't be able to hit that. But if we can't, it's because there's something that's beyond our control, and we have to wait for that piece of information, whatever it might be. It might be something as simple as waiting for a call back from a candidate who we need to have validation, right? It's like sitting in the exit row. We need to have verbal confirmation they're okay with being announced publicly as a finalist. And so that's why that doesn't jump out as a single date in April. And then we talk about resumes and application excerpts. That we just need to be very careful that we don't inadvertently release something that is privileged or that is otherwise held confidential, letters of recommendation, personal address, those kinds of things. So the excerpts will be pieces that we pull out of the massive online application that will form the file that you use to review those candidates. Okay, so this is the slide to which I was referring when I said that the WCSD team will really have to significantly be involved, because what we want to do is make sure that we have a very, very well-planned, well-oiled process for going through this. Now, so there are some specific dates here, and there are a few levels of specificity here, but it is very general at this point by design, because we want to make sure that, I mean, we probably will get to within 3 or 4 or 5 days of these events actually happening before we have all of the pieces in place and everybody knows who's going where and that sort of thing. So we don't want to get into the weeds too soon but the staff here will help us here tremendously. So high level, candidates, finalists will travel here to Reno on April 23rd. And so our recommendation is that the district cover travel expenses for each finalist and a spouse, partner, or significant other. So two individuals per the finalist and another. And then that's on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, that next day, this will be a long day. This will be a busy day. And so finalists will engage in a number of events to be managed among Dr. Joel and me and the staff here in WCSD. But this will actually take place Wednesday and Thursday, with excuse me. I'll get to Thursday. Excuse me, Thursday specifically here in a minute. But I really want to highlight something in that second paragraph, that bullet. So you see my text there that says these events will allow students, staff, community members, media partners, trustees, anybody you can think of, right, to meet and learn about the candidates. That kind of goes without saying. The next part of that sentence is critically important to this work. And it also gives the candidates an opportunity to meet you all and to meet your constituents and your staff members and everybody else that makes up this community in this school district. So we want to make sure that candidates have the opportunity to engage with folks, with, whether it's business leaders, whether it's parents, whomever it might be, give them the opportunity for this to really be a two-directional event for everybody's benefit at the end. So then when we get down to the next bullet, so the candidates will participate in a public event on the 25th, and this is the one that will be live streamed and recorded. Okay? And this will be followed by the opportunity for stakeholders to submit online comments about the strengths and reservations about each candidate. I'm going to jump slide here and I'm going to do it right now, and then I'll come back to this. So here's how this will look very different than the stakeholder feedback that we garnered over the last couple of weeks. We'll provide QR codes and or links on the website or pushed however folks want to do this. And we will ask folks to engage with this online form. We'll ask them to identify their stakeholder category. We don't ask to identify the stakeholder category in the upfront stakeholder feedback, because the purpose for that is we're not really asking folks to identify their constituency or to identify their relationship to the district, because we're not asking for them to any discernible information relative to their connection to the district, right? We wanted that global view of what are the concerns, opportunities, that sort of thing. When we get down to giving you as trustees the feedback on the candidates, we will ask and will disaggregate by stakeholder category. You see those stakeholder categories there. I'm not fully married to those. We can adjust that however we need to if we're significantly missing somebody there. We typically use these and don't ever, we get some others, but the others never seem to have any pattern to them, right? They're just a lot of one-offs. But then, as you can see there, I'm sorry, I was going to try to zoom that in, but so as you can see, this will be repeated. Those two paragraphs below will be repeated for however many candidates we have, right? You gave us direction to bring up to 5. I don't know that we'll bring 5. We will bring however many highly qualified candidates we think can do the job. If we have 5, you'll see this repeated 5 times. If we have 3, you'll see this repeated 3 times. But we'll put the candidate name in there, and we ask for folks to, in a constructed response, there are no rating scales or stars or scoring of anything, but we ask for a constructive response around strengths presented by each candidate and any reservations they have from each candidate. And then we will take this information, we will go back and use some algorithms and some text analysis software to, again, identify trends. And so that's what follows there, that the third bullet down, the public event, right? So those two are attached to each other. Next to the last bullet, recommend that you convene a special meeting on the morning of Friday, April 6th for in-person interviews. We should probably schedule those on 1 hour and 15 or 1 hour and 30-minute intervals. We'll work with Kate and Katie Louise and folks to make sure that works all well. But you will likely, I don't know what the interview experience was the last time you all went through this for those that went through it, but typically about an hour with the candidate, given the fact that you have all of these other pieces of information, is ample time. If you all choose to go beyond that, we can certainly accommodate that. We just want to make sure that we have a really, really solid understanding of that time frame long before we ever start, because we want to make sure that it's equitable. We want to make sure it's fair. You will tell every candidate that comes in the room, we have X number of questions, we have X number of minutes. They will be able to see a clock. Please pace yourself. And we want to hold true to that, so that if a candidate doesn't get through their question script, that's on them. As long as we've not done anything throughout that process to derail their pacing, right? Like lobbed a softball question in the middle of the questions, which you'll hear many, many times you can't do anyway, I'm sure. I see counsel nodding his head. So we really will try to stick to that and I will be here for that. I will be in Reno those 3 days for these events, and I can help you with that.
Thank you. Yeah, this is really where the rubber meets the road here. We have a statutory obligation to pick the superintendent. I mean, that's part of our job description. I'm mindful too that some of us, myself included, on this board, have full-time jobs, and so I'm looking to you to understand some of the expectations in terms of the amount of time that's going to be required, particularly on the 24th and the 25th. I assume Friday is probably an all-day meeting, but perhaps this is too early to ask. But what is the expectation for Wednesday and Thursday? And again, if it's too early, we can revisit that later.
Great question, Trustee Mayberry. Katie Louise Weir, Director of Professional Growth Systems, for the record. Most of your engagements on those 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday, would be in the evening. That's when we're targeting community members, right? Parents and families who are off work and able to attend. During the day would be school visits and visits with other staff, things like that throughout the day. They're going to go around Reno and Sparks and the greater Washoe County School District area, because we want to familiarize them with our entire district, right? The number one criteria we have for them is that they want us, right? So we have to show them who we are. So during the day, we'll have very tightly scheduled engagements for them to engage with schools and with staff. And then the evening would be the community engagement, trustee engagement, all of those kind of things. But you're correct in assuming that most likely Friday would be an all-day during the day, because you'd interview and then you'd have to deliberate. So you'd start those interviews in the morning and then you deliberate. And then one additional piece of clarification. You saw Dr. Cooper present that April 15th would be the presentation of finalists on or about April 15th. But prior to that, there would be conversation with the applicants knowing whatever the travel window is. So if it's decided today that these are the dates we want to land on, more or less, for those opportunities, Dr. Joel and Dr. Cooper would be talking with finalists to let them know. In the event that you are a selected finalist, we would help to arrange for travel on these days. So that way the candidates would recognize and understand and hold the calendars to be able to come and visit Washoe County on those days.
Yeah, and just a quick clarification. I think also, depending on the board's vote today, that for the trustees who are interested, there may also be opportunities for those who opt in. I know that the meals were very popular 2 years ago. And so when you look at the agenda item and you see the small group meetings, those are the meals, even though they're technically called small group meetings. And so in aspects of that, each trustee would have to decide for themselves what works for their schedules. But every attempt will be made to offer a variety of interactions in addition to the formal interview process as well. Trustee Church.
I love the idea that we're bringing the spouse or significant other up because we don't hire the candidate, we hire the family. That said, do you anticipate those small group dinners or whatever being just the candidate or the candidate and the significant other?
I would suggest both. And quite honestly, those small group meetings with candidate and their significant other is when they will learn more about you and your community and your school district than they will in the 72 hours that they're here or whatever. And so, and you're absolutely right. When many search selections go awry in a short period of time, it's not because of the candidate's skill set or qualifications or their ability to do the job. It are those peripheral things, and many times those peripheral things center on family, so they've got to get that house in order, and you want them to do that because you don't want to be, the left holding the bag, if you will, because that we didn't do a good enough job of making sure that everybody that's part of the decision making on their side had a fair shake.
And one additional point of clarification, Trustee Church, for that question. It's a great question. Kay Louise Weir, Director of Professional Growth Systems. And that is that if we have internal candidates, they'll be afforded the same opportunity. So if we're setting up breakfast, lunch, dinners, school visits with finalists, they would be all finalists. So not just finalists who fly here, but also potentially finalists who just drive from their somewhat local home to be here. So all of them would be given the same opportunity and schedule, as well as their spouse or significant other or person that they bring along with them, their companion. They would be a part of whatever it is that's a part of the schedule for each of the finalists, regardless of if they're internal or external, essentially.
And of course, we haven't done it, the work to put together these puzzle pieces because it is pending action by this board potentially later in this item. But I can tell you from experience a couple years ago, the breakfasts start pretty early because they have very full days. And the dinners, for example, the Thursday public event, we did meals after that. So again, this is not a firm plan because the district team and the points of contact will work with Dr. Joel and Dr. Cooper on that, but just as a flag to everyone as we start looking at our schedules. But again, in recognition of the fact that everyone does have very worthy commitments, do plan that these breakfasts would be early. So we're not talking like a brunch. It would be early, but we're not weighing in on exactly what those times are because only through the actions of this board can the next work begin.
May I continue, Madam President? Thank you. Walt Cooper. So then you see the bottom bullet on this slide. Once candidates wrap up with you on April 26th, they're free, if they choose, to go back home, or maybe they hang around Reno for a while. But they are turned loose on Friday, the 26th. So I already showed you this form, which is the form on which we will gather the stakeholder feedback following the public events with finalists. I want to go back to the previous slide, though, in case you were confused about the recommended date there and only see that April 30th date in the text. So these forums will wrap up on the 25th, on April 25th. We will then ask that we will shut off that feedback form on April 30th, so they don't have to do it that evening. We'll give them a few days, and then it will take me a while to synthesize that data and build my report, but I will give the target for me to deliver that report to you will be May 8th, and so that's why that time frame spans from April 25th to May 8th.
And it will also be released to the public at the same time.
Last but certainly not least, it looks like that we will be able to, if all things go according to plan, and usually they do, you will be able to make your appointment at your regular meeting, which is already on the calendar for May 14th. So that will give us, that will give time for your deliberations, your contract negotiations, all of that sort of stuff, so that you will have an idea that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted come 14 May.
And just so everyone knows, that's deliberate. Out of respect for everyone's time dedicated to this, we did pair this to a regularly scheduled meeting as opposed to a special meeting.
So just to make sure I understand that, so the final decision, interviews on the 26th, and then the final decision nearly 2 weeks later on the 14th.
That is correct, and
Okay.
that is, well, one, that's the next meeting that happens, and then remember, on or around May 8th, we will get that data from the community feedback, which is just the Thursday before. Yeah, because we have to allow for time for the events to happen, to give ample time for the community to be heard with the survey, allow McPherson and Jacobson to synthesize that data, release it to us and the public, and then it's time to potentially make a decision on the May 14th meeting.
Madam President, if I may, Walt Cooper. So one of the things that that gets a little bit sticky in states that have significant disclosure requirements like Nevada, right, is you want to make sure that when you get this to the finish line, you have if not fully locked down, very, very closely locked down all contractual parameters and know that whomever you select is actually going to be your next superintendent. So, that takes some time. So actually, although that looks like 2 full weeks, or maybe it's a little longer than that, 2 full weeks, that's still going to be some quick turnaround work. I'm sure a candidate will want to have independent legal counsel review contract on their end and back and forth. I mean, that's typical processes, and that just takes some time. So it looks like, this thing is a tortoise stretching to the finish line, but it's going to go quickly.
And so the way we would manage that is that we would make a selection, and then this board would empower select members of it to then enter into negotiations, and then the specific contract itself would come back to the board at a later time. All right. Thank you so much for this presentation. I don't see any lights on for questions, so we'll go to public comment, and then we'll move forward with action.
Pablo Nava-Duran.
Hi, Mr. Nava-Duran.
Fred Meyer.
Hi, welcome, Mr. Meyer.
Hi, my name is Fred Meyer. Thanks for letting me participate to whatever level I am. I stepped in the middle of this a little bit, so I'm just going to pick off some things. It would be, I think, less expensive if we looked for local talent. I'm sure there's local talent here. I don't know why we need to go around the country necessarily. one would expect with 500,000 people in our area, we would have a qualified candidate here. So I think we should think about that, and it would save, I mean, I don't know what if housing is provided and all the things that would, to move somebody here, it's a big deal, really big deal. And so I think that really focusing on somebody local, because they'd already know the schools, they'd already understand our community. To me, it makes a whole lot more sense. We have failed 4 times now. The job is $400K plus a year, and we still can't get people to come and stay. There's something wrong here. I'm not sure what it is. So the process seems super onerous here. I don't know, I've just been here for the last 20 minutes, and it's like, wow. Spending a fortune for it probably, of our money. And I just think that it doesn't have to be this complicated, although life is complicated today and there's some things that can't be avoided, I get that. But I just think that we need to really focus on local talent. We know we've got it here. And I think, like I said, it would be less expensive for us. They would be much more familiar with our area. Appreciate that consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meyer.
That's all I have.
All right. So I'll bring it back to this board. So what we're looking for potentially is a motion to approve the recommendations as made by McPherson and Jacobson from today's presentation. If any of the colleagues are interested in that, we could also make changes if we so wanted to. Trustee Woodley.
Madam President, I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the interview question development as presented, process to be used to announce the finalists as presented, activities and dates for finalist events and in-person interviews, process to be used to obtain stakeholder feedback on finalists, and the meeting date for discussion and possible selection of the next superintendent.
Is there a second?
Yes, thank you, President Smith. I would like to second the motion that Trustee Woodley proposed.
Very good. You were so polite with that, Trustee Westlake. Usually everybody just jumps right in trying to get that. That was very, very polite. Good modeling. All right, so we have a motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Westlake, and I see Trustee Church lights on for comment.
I just wanted to verify, I checked the Aces schedule, so if they want to go with me to an Aces game, that would be great, but that might be too long.
Very good. Very good. All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much. Excellent job. And you're just all doing a wonderful job. And I want to say thank you so much to the staff who's also invested their time in this. And I also want to thank Dr. Cooper, who is continually coming here in person to make sure that we have the fullest experience possible. So thank you so much on behalf of the board. All right, everyone. So that brings us to 3:59, and we know that we usually take a break right at 4 o'clock. So we're going to go ahead and do that. It is 3:59 right now. We're going to go ahead and take 10 minutes. So, yep, now it is exactly 10 minutes because it's 4 p.m. So I will hit this gavel, and we'll be back very shortly. Thank you. All right, everyone, let's start making our way back. I'm not sure where Trustee Westlake is, but if anybody sees her, send her on in. All right. Ooh. All right, it is 4:14, and I'm going to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We just finished item 403, and we're going to actually move on now with item 404. This is our quality of education. It's a review of the strategic plan goal 5, empowering all learners for their future, and key strategies used to improve student learning outcomes and to fulfill this goal. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. So we have our presenters, Mike Gifford, principal at AACT High School, Joey Sandusky, a senior at AACT High School, Tiffany McMaster, our associate chief, Josh Hartzog, the director of Signature Academies and Career and Technical Education, Kendra Fox, our secondary director of curriculum and instruction, and Christina Laffoon, our counseling specialist. Associate Chief McMaster, I realize I may have stolen some of your thunder. And for anyone following along, you're probably wondering what happened to Section 3. So we had some guests with us, including our guests and our students who are with us right now. I have not forgotten about the fact that we have to go back to Section 3. It's just that I want to be mindful of our students' time and their family, and that's why we're doing things in the order that we are. But don't you worry, we'll be doing that one next. All right, on that note, Associate Chief McMaster, I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. President Smith, Interim Superintendent McNeil, and members of the Board of Trustees, Tiffany McMaster, Associate Chief for the record. This afternoon, I will be facilitating the quality of ed presentation around goal number 5, empowering all learners for their future. This is in alignment with our promise. And this presentation emphasizes the students graduating prepared for the future they choose. To begin, I'm honored to introduce our superstar student and principal of our Spotlight School, Joey Sandusky, a 12th grader at the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology, and sitting next to him is his principal, Mr. Mike Gifford, and they have prepared a few words for you today.
For the record, Mike Gifford, proud principal of the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology. President Smith, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees, thank you so much for allowing us to be here to showcase our amazing school. I'm very lucky to be sitting next to Joey Sandusky, who's going to tell you a few things about his experience at ACT and his plans for the future. Joey is a wonderful example of someone who's put the work in at our school to prepare himself for a career, college, or any other future that he would like to choose. So Joey, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. When Mr. Gifford asked me to talk about the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology, I thought that'd be one of the easiest things I could ever do. But if I'm being honest with you all, it's been one of the biggest challenges I've been faced with. There are so many stories and opportunities to tell you all, I could probably go on forever. The Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology is unlike any school I've ever heard of. The atmosphere and the structure of the school is so unique. It is certainly not like your traditional high school. We don't have any sports or a massive gym, but we make up for those in other ways. Our student population is a little over 500 and is one of the best things about our school. The classrooms are some of the craziest and most fun places to be. Each teacher tailors the class to fit the students' needs, whether it be they need a more in-depth explanation or they can practice topics more. One minute you might be doing bookwork that you dread, and the next you're doing a lab that was more fun than you thought could ever be. Even our CTE classes can be crazy at times, but it just makes it more fun. The staff at AACT are some of the most nicest and coolest people you could ever meet. The school administrators keep us safe and help us plan some of our events and are there if we ever need to talk or find some help in any way. The nutrition services and nurses are there to allow us to make sure that we are healthy and fed, and the custodians help prepare our school for us no matter what the weather is. And then there are the teachers and the substitutes. They are the people who bring out the best in each and every one of us, every single day. They empower us to go beyond what we think we can do, even when times can be tough. I like to speak on all students' behalf when I say that the lessons and the opportunities that we have in their class are some of the craziest and the most fun. When I first started at AACT, I was in the Communication, Arts, and Media program. However, I was also taking a metalworking class that year. In that class, I learned that we would be welding many projects. Towards the end of the year, when I discovered that I loved to weld, I found that watching the elements that you think they're indestructible melt right before your eyes are insane. My academic career, on the other hand, has been a very busy one, to say the least. In my sophomore year, my welding instructor told me and my classmates that we were receiving college credits for a welding class, which was a really big shock to me because at that point, I only knew the names of the colleges in my area. Later in my junior year, I was asked by my counselor to take a college-level class. She told me it would be a little bit more challenging, but honestly, I felt like I fit right in when I was taking them. Today, I will be graduating with 59 college credits that will now go towards my associate's and my bachelor's degree. I would like to thank Principal Gifford, AACT, and the district for the opportunities that were provided to me throughout my academic career. I really wish all schools had the learning environment I was given. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Can you go back for 1 second? I just want everyone to look at how cool Joey looks in his welding gear.
He does.
How awesome is that?
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, Joey is our WCSD Superstar student. So if you don't mind with pausing with the presentation, we're going to all get up and take a photo with Joey and commemorate this moment. Did you know about that? No, you didn't. Surprise! All right.
Are we good?
You're good, Principal Gifford.
So once again, for the record, Mike Gifford, principal of AACT. I just want to highlight a few things about our school. As you can see up there, we've got some pretty amazing credentials with our 100% graduation rate, 97% of our kids completing 2 or more years of CTE pathway, highest composite ACT score in the school district consistently. On top of those things, our students leave ACT with the ability to earn over 100 industry-recognized certifications in at least 30 different career pathways. So when we talk about preparing students for a future that they choose, allowing them to go out after high school and be able to get right into the workforce is something that we're pretty proud of. They can earn a livable wage as soon as they walk off the stage. They can enter the military with unique skills and abilities in their back pocket, or they can enter college like Joey is with a large head start on credits, and obviously any combination of all of these things. We're a great example of what can happen when you create a school environment that engages students with strong relationships, relevant and rigorous curriculum, and high expectations for each and every single student. And we are very proud to be able to say that we do that for every single one of our students. I'm happy to have Joey up here next to me, but we really honestly could have had 100 other students sitting here too that have had a very similar experience as Joey. But more importantly, I think what we're doing, and this is not just at our school, but all of our schools, is we're getting students prepared to leave us and be good human beings and be able to be successful no matter what they do. Joey's an amazing example of that, as you got to see a little bit today. But the ACT scores and all those things are amazing, wonderful things, have a feather in our cap. But we're making sure that we get good people coming into our community, and I'm very proud, very proud to be able to say that as well. AZT definitely represents a school that empowers all students for their future. So I just really want to thank you again for the opportunity to showcase our amazing school and our amazing student, Joey Sandusky. So thanks again.
Thank you, Principal Gifford, and thank you, Joey. It was an honor having you up here and representing our Spotlight School and our Superstar students. Well deserved. The next few slides describe how well we're preparing students for life after high school. So we will begin by reviewing where we are now. Again, this is in alignment with goal number 5. Every student in Washoe County School District graduating with skills necessary to thrive in a diverse and rapidly evolving world. Let me remind you of our 10-year graduation rates. I know you've seen this slide before. Overall, it shows a 10% gain in graduation, but also displays the variability we've had in our graduation rates over the past few years. So where do our graduates go when they leave us? This slide highlights a few of the main areas. We'll start with where they go for the fall semester. We're finding that 55% of our students are enrolling in college the fall semester after they leave us. A majority of those students are enrolled in public in-state institutions. And when you look at the graduates enrolled in those colleges, we do see some disproportionality in the subpopulations highlighted on the right side of this screen. So what are we doing to empower all learners for their future? Well, to answer this question, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our champions of this work. Sitting next to me, we have Kendra Fox, Secondary Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Joshua Hartzog, our Director of Signature Academies and Career and Technical Education, and Christina LaFoon, our Counseling Specialist.
Thanks, Tiffany. Kendra Fox, for the record, Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction. President Smith, Interim Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. I'm going to start out by just highlighting the actions of the Goal 5 in the strategic plan. There's 3 of them. I will talk about the first one, and Josh and Christina will talk about the second two. This slide shows the number of 12th grade students that completed advanced course option by the end of the 12th grade. You'll notice that our AP IB enrollment is flat. However, the CTE pathways and our dual course enrollment has risen, and I expect both of those to keep rising, and you'll see in just a few minutes. The graph on the left, my left, I hope it's your left too, shows the disproportionality of enrollment. But the important things are those 3 check marks on what we're doing to sort of solve some of those things, and that is what I'm going to talk about on the next slide. So there's 2 kinds of dual credit that we provide students, or that students are allowed to enroll in. One is just straight dual credit, where they go to the college and they take a course of their choosing. So that's what we call dual credit. Now, concurrent enrollment is where a student takes a course on our campus taught by one of our teachers. The benefits of that is, one, the student oftentimes knows the teacher. It's that safe space on campus. The fee, though, is really exciting. It's $75 per course. So for usually 3 credits, $75 per course to take a course on our campus, a college course. So that you can think about the tremendous amount of money that that's saving our families. Additionally, the teachers are supported by the college, and sometimes, like with UNR, which is our main concurrent enrollment provider, they take a course like English 101, which is typically a semester course, and they stretch it out for the full year. So it gives the students much more in-depth learning and resources and support to really get those college criteria down and to be successful in the course. With that, I'm going to turn, one last thing. Sorry, Josh. Right now we have about 804 students enrolled in concurrent enrollment, and next year we hope to see it double. So we have 5 schools participating right now, and we're anticipating at least 10 having concurrent enrollment next year. So that's very exciting. With that, I'll turn it over to Josh.
Thank you, Kendra. Greetings to everyone. Josh Hartzog here for the record. When we talk about our imperative in the strategic plan to increase access to advanced coursework and CTE programs of study, it's important once again to note for the board and for the public that in the school year 25-26, we are on board to continue to open up the W. Smith Career and Technical Academy. There's a variety of things that that school is going to provide. First and foremost, it's going to vastly expand the number of CTE programs that our students have access to. As you can see, it's projected to have an enrollment of 825 students. And then most importantly, it will be able to provide transportation for our students as well. It's a signature school like any of our other signature programs, but like AACT, again, it's going to vastly upscale the number of students who have access to our programs via the school's busing network. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. LaFoon.
Good afternoon, Christina LaFoon, High School Counseling Specialist for the Counseling Department. So moving on to our second strategic action, which calls for us to engage with students on planning for their life after high school. So our graduation outcomes vary across racial and socioeconomic and special populations, and sadly, many students do not graduate on time. So we lose sight of those students, and so we want to make sure, looking at the best practices, using goal setting, relationship building, setting some transitions and milestones for students, and ultimately, if we do lose those students, finding ways to bring them back to our buildings and re-engage to ultimately earn that high school diploma and increase those grad rates and post-secondary successes. On this slide, we are highlighting only 3 of our extensive work that we do within our systems and our supports on our campuses and through the district. This is so you can get a sense of the different work that we do to help collaborate and ensure that our students are having access to that final goal of graduation and those post-secondary plans. Next, you'll see that we do have a lower than average college enrollment. And so what we're looking to do with our best practices is increase that exposure and awareness. In the work that our school counselors are already doing, we know that awareness and options coupled with skills and knowledge about the application process, financial aid, available scholarships, as well as those post-secondary goal setting skills will help to increase those enrollment rates as time goes on. For all students, school counselors, school district employees, staff work to make sure that through multiple programs that we have different interventions and exposure to the different tools that we are able to access through our district partnerships. Unfortunately, our first generation populations tend to still be one of our cautious and most timid populations when it comes to accessing post-secondary education. And so through some of these partnerships, we work to help increase those goals of first generation students enrolling in post-secondary college, trade, and military options. Back to Josh.
Hello again, Josh Hartzog here for the record. So looking again at the strategic plan goal of expanding district partnerships with businesses and organizations, our department and our district maintains a variety of vibrant working relationships with a variety of various community partners and organizations. That list on the left-hand column is by no means an exhaustive list, and I am leaving people out, but that gives you a fair idea of the scope of partnerships that we continue to maintain throughout the district. The resulting best practices of those working partnerships is number 1, work-based learning. As we all know, we provide industry tours and internship opportunities to all of our students across all of our CTE programs. Another one that we've been trying to grow into, especially, is providing curriculum support and alignment. An example of that would be we recently bused our computer science and our cybersecurity instructors out to UNR. They got to spend the full day with UNR staff, and make sure that they're working on curriculum alignment and having curriculum-based conversations. So it was a very, very fruitful day for them. And then lastly, workforce development. We maintain a variety of workforce development programs and initiatives, an example of which would be the Tesla Manufacturing Development Program. We partner with Tesla on promoting that, and we are set to take a number of staff out to the Gigafactory tomorrow, and we did last week as well. All of that is to say that all of that work is aimed at the very strategic objectives on the right-hand side, not least of which include internship opportunities and opportunities for students to acquire industry-based certifications. And then lastly, just wanted to highlight for you a couple of our spotlight programs that are examples of how we are expanding CTE. One of the most vibrant would be our continuing ongoing partnership with Intuit Incorporated, who donated recently a brand new food truck to Reed High School's culinary arts program. Other examples would be, again, working with Tesla, not only on manufacturing development, but also they have donated a variety of various equipment to our manufacturing and robotics programs. We maintain a strong working coalition with Truckee Meadows Fire District, UNR, TMCC, and Bureau of Land Management to open up the second fire science program across the state at AACT. That program is open this year. And then lastly, we maintain that all of our signature academies and CTE programs are currently offering open enrollment to our students in 8th grade. It's an open application, but of course the number of seats are limited. And with that, we also maintain partnerships with the Children's Cabinet, Northern Nevada Literacy Council, and Job Corps, but I'm not the expert to speak on that topic at this point. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. McMaster.
I would just like to thank our Goal 5 champions for all of their work and commitment to empowering all learners for their future. Thank the Board of Trustees and our Interim Superintendent McNeil for always being an advocate for this work as well. At this time, if you have any questions, we have various team members here that are happy to respond.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm excited, especially with the Debbie Smith School opening next year, so I really appreciate it. I'm very familiar with that entire neighborhood, Northeast Reno, so I think a lot of our kids are going to be able to take advantage of that. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Hartzog, this question is for you because I get the question and I don't know how to answer it sometimes, so I hope that maybe you can help me because it states here that we'll have programs at the Debbie Smith Career and Technical Education Academy, and the first one that's listed is Animal and Plant Sciences. So I was wondering if you could help me understand what exactly does that cover?
Certainly. So that's actually going to be a program that's going to transfer from AACT over to Debbie Smith. Mike Gifford is definitely more of a curriculum expert than me, but I would say the overall intent of plant systems is to teach students the basics of plant structure, physiology, how plants are grown, the business applications, especially of agriculture across various different career paths. And then for animal systems, primarily what we're looking at is to give the students a strong backing in veterinary science. So to be able to care for animals, there's a certain component with working with livestock, I believe, as well, but ultimately it's really intended to provide them with a foundational backing to move into those career paths. Thank you. Josh Hartzog for the record.
Thank you, Madam President. I too, just like Trustee, really excited, especially for Debbie Smith. Can you kind of elaborate on the medical professions that will be taught there?
Absolutely. So when we put together the programming at Josh Hartzog here for the record. So when we put together the programming at Debbie Smith, we wanted to make sure to the best extent that we didn't duplicate many of our programs across the district. So at this school in particular, it will be our first practical nursing program across the district. So we know clearly there's an industry need from our various, again, working relationships. And then there's also going to be a biomedical program that will be the second of its kind in the district. But between those two programs, we're confident that, again, it'll provide students with a strong backing to move into one of our most in-demand career fields.
I couldn't agree more, and I'm glad to hear that because I think I was hearing rumors of that, so I appreciate you putting that out there. And this might be a question more for transportation, but what hubs or transportation are you looking at bringing students from? I'm not gonna lie, I'll be advocating for North Valleys here a bit. So can you elaborate on kind of what schools or what type of transportation might be provided?
Josh Hartzog here again. I would be loath to offer any specifics on that. I could give you names, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm speaking out of turn. That might be a question for transportation.
fair enough. All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you. I think it would be a good idea, because I've struggled with this and I've been involved with CTE and Signature for years. What is the distinction between our Signature academies and our career and tech ed?
A good example would, Josh Hartzog here for the record. I don't want to get too creative, but CTE is under, well, I would reverse it. Signatures are under the larger umbrella of CTE. Again, for the benefit of the public especially, signature programs are the ways that we thematically define various of our schools. So we have signature programs at Reno High School, for example. They are the Red House Project. At Spanish Springs High School, one of their signature programs is C3 Media. So the intent behind signatures was to thematically add structure to several of our schools. But then at the same time, outside of the signature umbrella, there are additional CTE options. And ultimately, the intent of signatures, aside from the promotional marketing value and branding value, was to open up access to students across the district. So before we went to completely open enrollment and open variances across the district, signatures provided students with the ability to apply to a program and access a program across the district out of their zone.
Thank you, and I would just add to that, that translates into many, many wonderful opportunities.
Indeed.
No, it does. I want to piggyback on what Trustee Nicolette said. I mean, I know firsthand the value of these signature programs, CTE programs. I mean, call them what you want, but I mean, ultimately, they're all sort of in alignment and, you know, designed to really motivate our students, keep them focused on something they may be interested in. You know, I have a daughter that's in the sports medicine program, and she's already looking into the future, doing something in the medical field. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. It's life-changing. So that's the comment. A couple questions. And this may be too early, and forgive me. One thing that wasn't on there was, I know we've been working a little bit on the aviation program. Could you highlight that for this board? Or could you? Should you?
Josh Hartzog here for the record. So to your question about aviation, an aviation program, a CTE aviation program is something that we are working on very strongly. Again, I'm loath to offer specifics other than that is absolutely in the works. And we have a school site in particular that has been identified, and the wheels are moving. And recently we just had a meeting with Capital Projects to start putting down brass tacks, as it were. So we are very much in the planning stage. I don't know if I should comment on specifics at this
Okay,
point.
that's fine. I'll just say the sky's the limit, and we'll,
Thank you, sir.
And let me, if I... And one more question, if I may. And this is more of a serious question. I just was struck with slide 17, that our graduates have lower immediate post-secondary enrollment rates. Any insight to what that may be attributed to? Perhaps, you know, a growing increase of tuition rates. Is this a Nevada trend?
This slide is definitely representing a Nevada trend. We see that we do have, as a whole, a lower number of students accessing post-secondary. I believe there's a lot of fear that is unnecessary there behind fees and financial and cost, because we do have amazing programming with Millennium, as well as the Promise Scholarship through our university and our TMCC, our community colleges throughout the state. So part of what we need to do is help students break down those barriers of fear and help them realize that all of these programs are accessible to them regardless of their socioeconomic impact.
Could I add on to that? Kendra Fox for the record. I think that's one of the benefits of our concurrent enrollment programs too. So we're encouraging all students to try out a class while they're in high school. And what UNR has shared that from their years of experience down in Clark County doing these same programs is many students who didn't believe they could go to college have taken this class on their high school campus and now believe they can go to college. So I think that the concurrent enrollment will help these numbers also.
One last question for me. Are we advertising this to like our neighboring counties that maybe perhaps students from Lyon County, Carson City, I mean, this is Debbie Smith and our AACT stuff, I mean, this is pretty impressive, and I could only imagine that, this is pretty competitive stuff that maybe other students in our state might like to attend. Are we sharing?
Josh Hartzog here for the record. That's a great question. We are currently in the process of collaborating with our communications team and our Family School Partnerships Department to put together a more comprehensive promotional campaign for all of CTE across the district, with Debbie Smith and AACT kind of in the center as our career technical focused schools. To answer your question more pointedly, Trustee Rodriguez, no, I had not considered an avenue of promoting it outside of the district, but that's definitely something worth taking under consideration and moving forward on.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. So I have this thought process going on in my head, and I hope I can formulate it. But wouldn't it go without saying, if we're doing a great job with our CTE and those programs, that post-secondary enrollment for college might go down if we're giving students the choice, because not everyone wants to go to college. It's not a great fit for all students. So if we're doing a really great job with offering all of these other opportunities for careers, then I don't know if I would be so alarmed that we're not having a lot of students enroll in college, because we're preparing students for college that want to go to college, getting the college credits, but we're also offering all these other great programs with CTE, and so they're not going to enroll in college. Is that feasible? I mean, is that thinking right?
Josh Hartzog here for the record. Logically, it makes sense. I think that would be a good question for our accountability department. I'm definitely not an expert in that sense. I can tell you that we are required to track where as much as we can where our students go once they complete our CTE programs, and we know that they do meet the state-determined benchmark for what we would expect to see in terms of entering either post-secondary education or employment or the military. So those are outcomes that we're required to track, and we track with what the state expects of us. Given that, I can tell you that in any given year, about 40% of our students across the district are in CTE. So I'd say about half, a third to half is in CTE, and then there's that other segment of students who are not in a CTE program or a class at any given time. Something worth noting.
Great job, Josh. So I'll just add, Trustee Westlake, this is also part of your promise for your graduates, right? We want to prepare every single child in the school district to be a productive citizen once they walk across that stage, whether I'm going into the military, whether I'm going into post-secondary, or whether I'm going to go right into my apprenticeship. So it's giving them the tools to make those selective choices wherever they want to go.
Well, you did a wonderful job. CTE and our signature academies are something that really set us apart, and this program has grown exponentially over the past years, and that's thanks to this team and all the families and the community partners that make this happen, and it's something to be incredibly proud of. So thank you so much for being here today. All right. So that closes item 4.04, and we're going to be taking a brief recess. We just need about 5 or so minutes, so just bear with me one moment while we take a brief recess, and we'll be right back. All right, everyone. It is 5:05 p.m. and I'm going to call back to order this February 27th, 2024 regular meeting of the Washoe County School Board of Trustees. So we just finished with item 4.04, and we're going to go back to a section that we had previously skipped, and that is section 3. As a reminder to everyone following along with us, we did pull items 301 and 302, and those will come forward at another meeting, hopefully as soon as the very next meeting as well. So that means that the item that we have in this section is item 3.03. This is the presentation and discussion regarding the district's fiscal year 2024-25 budget process and status, possible action to direct the superintendent to analyze and report back to the board specific budget issues, items, or other changes to the district's fiscal year 2024-25 budget process. This is an item for possible action, and we welcome Jeff Bozzo, our budget director.
Thank you, President Smith. Jeff Bozzo, Budget Director, for the record. Today I'll be giving you an update on our upcoming fiscal year's budget, the 24-25 budget. But before we get too far into there, I'll start with our WCSD promise, which guides our work, and that is we will know every student by name, strength, and need so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, and we will deliver on this in partnership with our families and community. So for today's meeting, we'll start with an update on where we're at with the strategic plan budget, which we started to go over on January 23rd. Brief overview of the estimate of where our general fund budget's projected to be at for next year, English learners, weighted funding, and recommended uses of that funding for the upcoming school year, and then also options for nutrition services and recommendations to provide student meals. So first, the strategic plan update. When we met last time on January 23rd, Mark and I had reviewed major themes that our executive leadership team had been discussing to implement the strategic plan. Some of those items were approved by you all, and we'll go over that in a minute. But our district leadership team or executive leadership team has continued to meet on a regular basis since the 23rd to continue to review and refine those proposals along with the areas you asked us to review. And on March 12th, we will bring a proposal of recommendations to implement that strategic plan. Here's just a recap from the last meeting of the various items that were approved. So there were items that were approved out of the strategic plan allocation, weighted funding, and then various one-time items to upgrade our district website, along with supplies and equipment that we could purchase with one-time funds in the current fiscal year. And then previous to January 23rd, you all had also approved a P through 3 program coordinator and investigator positions that were funded from the strategic plan allocation. So next we'll get into our general fund preliminary budget estimate, and this is the typical estimate we do every year that usually kicks off the budget process. So I'll start going over that now. The first section is revenue and related cost changes. So the first step is the per pupil amount increasing about 5%, and then the next part that impacts our revenue is a projected enrollment decrease of just over 1,100 students. That's the trend we've been seeing the last 2 years, and we anticipate that a third year in a row. We also have a small investment earnings increase for ongoing earnings, and then indirect cost revenues are going to drop off now that the ESSER funding is starting to end. Getting into cost changes, we have our typical, employee step increases. We adjust for cost of living adjustments, turnover savings. So that's when a more expensive employee who's been here longer will retire, and then they're replaced by a newer, lower cost employee. So there's inherent savings there, and that's accounted for here. We're also assuming a health insurance increase of roughly 8%. We'll still work with our group insurance committee and health insurance consultant to refine that number during the process and update you as we know more on where that will land. There's additional fixed costs for the W. Smith Academy that will be opening. So the year before we open, we need principal in place for the entire year for planning, and then an assistant principal and secretary for half the year to assist with that too. Next, we have a $1.7 million increase to our contingency account. So in board policy 3051, I can't recall which section, but it says to have our contingency account be at 1% of expenses and transfers by FY25. So that's the upcoming fiscal year. So we have made that adjustment here. We'll also plan on using that contingency increase to fund our post-count day allocation bank. So for allocations after count day, we would use that in order to fund those adjustments. Lastly, we have other inflationary increases in here, such as utilities and property and casualty insurance and other contract increases we're aware of. That gets us to a projected preliminary deficit of $1.7 million for next year. I do want to assure you that Mark, myself, and our team will continue to refine our estimates and update you with any changes to that number. We have a variety of ways to address a small deficit like that, so we will continue to do that and update you at future meetings.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And I hope this isn't too far out of left field, but I'm wondering as I review this, where does our summer school funding fit into our general fund estimate?
So the larger summer school program we've done over the past few years was funded with federal stimulus dollars. And so what we have in the general fund is a smaller budget, which is how the program was funded prior to that greater expansion of the summer school program that was funded by the stimulus funding.
That makes sense. And so given the lesser dollars, we will need to, I guess, approach it strategically and the changes that we make so we're still meeting the needs of our students.
That's correct.
And Trustee Nicolette, if I could add also, we will definitely have an ESY program, so the extended school year program, which is mandated. And so those are for our special needs students, and that's written in their IEPs. And so we will have an ESY. And then we will have credit recovery types classes in our high schools. And then middle school and elementary will have very targeted type programming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Question is on the contingency account. Just do a little deeper dive on that. I'm assuming that's new. That hasn't been budgeted in the past.
So thank you for your question. The contingency account has been funded, I believe it's at $4.6 million right now, and that's roughly 0.75% of our expenses. So this $1.7 million is to fund the increase to get us to our contingency account balance at 1% of expenditures.
You know, I apologize. I think I'm talking specifically on the post-count day allocations bank.
Yeah, so
and if I could just do, and specifically, I mean, the way I read that, and I like it, because this should give us some relief post-count day when teachers and students are impacted. Is that the purpose of this account?
That's part of it, and also, you know, if we get to, you know, if an allocation is reduced on count day, and then we get to, you know, late November, and then that school has gained 5-6 students in let's say a grade level and triggers a new allocation, then we would utilize this as the funding source to provide that teacher allocation there.
I'll also add that I know that allocations are something that our trustees have asked for, and as they know, that topic specifically will be coming to this board very shortly to talk more about this, since it is a new direction, and it's a long-standing pain point, if we're being honest, and we're doing our best to be BAF is actively working on that. So that will be something coming back to us in the next month or two.
Okay. Okay.
If you can go, yeah. So we just gave most of our employees a very well-deserved pay raise, and we've hired a number of other positions within the school district, and now we're looking at a $1.7 million deficit for next fiscal year. So, I mean, tentatively.
Correct.
And I know that can change dramatically, but it's still a matter of concern and kind of a shock. So roughly on the second thing, we're enrollment decrease. That's a big concern of mine. It happens, and parents have rights to whatever, but roughly how many do we have now? 60,000?
Yeah, just under 60,000 was our count day enrollment this year.
59 and change.
Correct.
So now you're anticipating an additional 1,150.
Correct.
By the start of the next school year.
Correct.
That's okay. I guess my only comment is I get a lot of feedback from constituents on what they call the bureaucracy, and sometimes I agree with them. If we got to make cuts, it can't be in teachers. It's got to be in that. You know, we've increased our non-teaching staff that aren't directly related to teaching, and if we have to cut, I think hopefully by attrition, but I just want to opine on that. But thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to the next slide, you know, again, my team will continue to refine our estimates and report back to you with ways to resolve the $1.7 million shortfall. We have heard from some departments that were not part of the strategic plan implementation process, which you'll hear more on March 12th, that they do have critical needs. So we will also try to address those if we can, alongside addressing the $1.7 million shortfall, but that might not be feasible. And again, we'll come back on April 9th with a tentative budget with recommendations to resolve that. More on the general fund here. So, you know, we do have a multi-year forecast for the general fund, just to run through different scenarios of what life could look like in all these various scenarios. So our team does review that and keeps other factors in mind, not just looking at this at a 1 year at a time process. With that said, you know, the goal is always to maintain a structurally balanced budget, and we'll continue to do that. In future years, though, we do have cost and revenue pressures. So the opening of the W. Smith CTE Academy, that has fixed costs when we bring on a school. So there'll be fixed costs related to that. And then with enrollment, we continue to see lower birth rates and charter schools opening, so there will be a revenue impact on those items. But again, we're keeping the long-term health of the general fund in mind when we're looking at these things, and we'll continue to do so and report back to you with recommendations to make sure that we keep the general fund in a good position. Yes.
I'll wait on my question and come back to it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so that wraps up the portion of this presentation. Next, we're going to move on to the English learners weighted funding. So the January 23rd presentation, we shared with you concepts that the team was exploring. The team has been able to refine those concepts, and we have some proposals to put in front of you today to use EL funding for support of our students. So this first slide here, we're looking at new position requests for EL funding. This first line is related to teachers, and what this is reducing the student-to-teacher ratio for EL programming from 70 students to 1 teacher to 60 students to 1 teacher. That results in 29 additional teachers. We also have what are called EL site coaches or EL facilitators. We're going to restructure how those are served to schools so that each school gets at least 25% of a position all the way up to 1.5 positions to help with supporting teachers at the school and also students. That restructure results in 5 less of those positions for a net increase to the teacher, EL teacher of 24 positions. The next section here, this first line is the addition of new pre-K programs and related teacher assistant positions for those programs. That's an acceptable use of EL weighted funding. The idea here is to allocate funding towards those new pre-K programs and then have a phased rollout approach for those programs based on us being able to staff those programs and also fill them with students. But this is here so that we can allocate those dollars for those positions. Next, there's EL programming coordinators, so these help with the management of the EL program and working with the site or the EL facilitators mainly, and also helping with other program needs. One of these is actually currently funded by ESSER funds, so there would be only an increase of 3 positions or 3 new positions, and that one from ESSER funding would shift over to EL weighted funding. And then lastly, we have 5 positions that would help support the translation and interpretation services for families and students. In total, that's 69 new positions at the tune of $5.6 million to support EL programming. Next, we have positions that would maintain current programming or shift costs from grants to help open up other opportunities in grants. So first, we have maintain current newcomer program staffing. So those are positions at 7 different schools, teacher positions that help with the needs of newcomers. Also, we have 7 ESSER-funded pre-K programs that are ending on June 30th of this fiscal year. So the idea here is to shift those over to EL weighted funding so we can maintain those current programs. Shifting teacher assistants from Title III to EL weighted funding, what that does is allow us to stabilize the funding for those positions and use Title III for licensing costs and supplies costs for other things we need to support programs for EL students, and also give employees positions that are funded on a regular basis in EL weighted funding rather than the every so often there's uncertainty about what the level of the grant or title funding will be. So this is a little more security for those employees as well. And then these last 2 lines here are shifting pre-K programs from pre-K grants over to EL weighted funding. So the idea here is to be able to, when we shift those over, we can allow the grants to be used for other things or expanding positions like teacher aides or assistants to give them benefits and hours. Again, this would be on a phased-in approach for us to be able to staff and fill those programs, and also dependent on what what we can utilize the grant for. So lastly here for EL, here's a summary of all those different positions and the impact to the fund. The total impact after everything would be rolled out is 145 new positions at the tune of $11.3 million. Any questions on EL before I move on to nutrition services? No? Okay. All right, so next we'll go to nutrition services. In our last meeting, there was discussion about what options we could provide students with the end of universal free lunches. So as I get into that, a quick history on the history of universal free lunches. These started at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic through waivers from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and those free meals continued because the state of Nevada's interim finance committee approved funding for the 2022-23 school year and also the current 2023-24 school year. There was a bill in the last legislative session that put funding in place for this to be extended to next school year, but unfortunately that bill was vetoed. The current status of our Nutrition Services Fund, we're projected to have an ending fund balance of about $13.9 million at the end of this fiscal year, and that has built up over time due to the higher reimbursement rates under the Universal Free Program. So what this allows us to do is spend down the fund balance of this fund, but we need to make sure we're doing that in a sustainable way. A major factor that's impacting this fund in our 5-year projection of the fund is decreasing enrollment. So that also has an impact on how much revenue the fund will get if enrollment is decreasing. But at the same time, it's difficult to reduce staff at schools because they're funded like the most efficient way to be able to serve meals to students. And when you look at an 1,100 student decrease, that's, let's say, roughly 11 students at each school, 11 less students or meals served. We can't reduce staff at that level. So again, this current school year is the last year of universal free. You know, if we were to continue that, it's an impact to the fund of $6.7 million. So if you compare that to our fund balance of the fund, it would be gone very quick, about 2 years. We also cover the full cost of meals for students in the reduced category for lunches. We have also expanded our CEP program to schools at a 40% ISP rate, so that's identified student percentage, and that helps identify the students that are able to participate in the program. So looking at options for the upcoming school year, what we looked at was how do we sustainably spend down this fund balance with declining enrollment being a factor, but also expand on the meals that we provide to students. So option A here is to lower the ISP threshold to 35%. That's estimated to cover an additional 7 schools and provide free meals to 2,700 students. That's roughly a cost of $500,000 per year. Another option at that equivalent dollar amount would be to enhance the food quality, which would be mainly focused on more fresh fruits and vegetables and enhanced protein options. We could also look at other operational efficiencies and investments, but those would likely have a less direct impact to students compared to these other 2 options. So after reviewing the options, the recommendation from staff is to expand the CEP program in fiscal year 24-25, so next fiscal year, by including schools at the lower ISP rate of 35% or more. And then,
Mr. Basil, I am
yes.
going to jump in on that one. So I think that this is important to point out because inevitably when the messages do go out for next school year that there is not universal free lunch, the community has to understand legislatively how that happened and then also how it was vetoed by the governor's office. I think it is very unfortunate, but as we know, school districts' budgets are landlocked based on what it is that we get from the state government, federal government. So when making the decision between these different options, I do lean towards making sure that we feed as many children as we can, which is what I see reflected in this recommendation. But for people who say to the school district, and inevitably this will come up, you should just cover it, that's not funding that we have, and it was decided on a state level by the governor's office that was not something that was going to be covered. I sincerely hope that they reconsider it in a future legislative session. But in the meantime, my decision will always align to trying to feed as many children as possible with the resources that we have. So I think that this makes sense.
Thank you, President Smith. So lastly, on nutrition services, this is the outlook of the fund, which looks, you see a steep decline in the ending net position or ending fund balance of the fund. This is the 5-year projection we completed, but there's been a lot of change in the nutrition services program over the last 4 to 5 years, and we think this is the most feasible plan, and we'll reevaluate this every year to incorporate any changes that occur at the state or federal level, so that if universal free were to come back, then we can adjust and plan for this fund accordingly. Also, if that doesn't look like it's going to be the case, then as we start to spend down this fund balance, then we'll revisit ways to make the program more sustainable and reset things at a later date. All right, moving on to our last section, recommendations and next steps. So our recommendations for today are to approve the English learners weighted funding proposals and authorize the superintendent to implement the staffing changes as part of the spring hiring process, and then also approve the recommended or the recommendation for nutrition services for the CEP expansion. Anything that's approved from today's meeting will incorporate into the April 9th tentative budget that you'll see several weeks from now.
So now I will ask my question. If we could go back, JJ, to general fund future years, which I think might have been slide 11 of 24. I recognize that it is not this upcoming fiscal year and the impact would be the following fiscal year, but it's my understanding that the state public charter school authority approved the opening of a Mater Academy in North Reno directly next door to one of our schools, and that the projected enrollment for that school would be around 1,500 students. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so if I'm doing my math right, then that means that not in this fiscal year coming up, but potentially the year after that, we would be looking at a budgetary hit of somewhere between 14 to 15 million plus.
So that is possible, but that would depend on how they phase in the opening of the school. So I believe my understanding is that they're not starting with the full 1,500, but we will incorporate those plans into our multi-year financial projection so that we're taking that into consideration.
And the reason why I bring that up is so that nobody views this as a surprise later on in the future.
Right.
Because when we look at the projections, and decreased enrollment is quite a few different things, and perhaps the interim superintendent may want to chime in here, but we know it's declining birth rates. We know that there used to be a certain number of, or partial number of a child per door, and that number has gone down over time. Multiple different reasons for this, and there's also a nationwide trend with this. So although this is happening in our community and it's to us, these are also things that we see happening across America with this, not the least of which is also due to home prices and the fact that it's extremely expensive for a young family to buy a home here. So it's a confluence of different things. It's no single thing. But I did just want to put on the record that this is something that's happening widely, and then also trends that we have to be aware of with the expansion of schools that are also completely intended to take away children from the actual public education system.
No, you articulated it very well, as usual, and I think this is one thing that the board is probably going to have to discuss as you move further into the fall and into fiscal year 26 and 27. As far as what decreased enrollment means for attrition, what it means for positions, but really have that discussion, relegated to what this looks like. And President Smith is absolutely correct. I would even say that it's on a global front as far as lower birth rates. And so you're having that happen in our country, but you're also having it have it in other countries as well too. And that's going to impact your hiring and retention, but it's also going to impact your enrollment as well too. So it's just something to keep in the forethought of your mind.
Okay, and then our last slide here, just an update on the timeline and next steps. So again, on March 12th, we will be bringing, along with members of our executive leadership team, the recommendations and proposals of items to implement our strategic plan. Later in March, we'll have virtual budget forums. We'll have our tentative budget work session on April 9th, a budget update in mid-May, and then we'll have our hearing on the tentative budget and our final budget work session on May 28th.
All right, thank you so much. Seeing no lights on, we'll go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Navaduran.
All right, so we got some budget work to do. So after declining birth rate and expansion of charter, which is I do kind of support Spanish charter school, but I know this is a face reality of a public school. So Washington County School District is a larger urban public school beside Clark County in the state of Nevada right now. So I feel like the school district should be the best of the best to provide CTE, provide services to families that who are likely to go attend charter school over the public school. Like for example, where I live in that area, so that area, the new family that may attend go to my both academy, other than Smith Street Elementary School. It's because of they offer a STEAM program and a bilingual program as well. As many schools don't offer a TAFE program other than Dutch Spec and Matt Wells. And Don Smith used to be a TAFE program before it was took away back to a few years ago. So I feel like we have to do the best of the best. We want to make sure we have to have a strong relationship with the family, students, and administrative staff as soon as possible, or we're going to lose some of the students to the charter school. That they're competitive capitalism business, so we got to face like the business competitors. So and also for the 26-27 school year, you saw the decline birth rate. That's a national trend. I not get to politics, and then increase charter school. We have a expansion of Mart Academy up the North Valley. Saw that article a few years ago. Never heard that before about Dual Academy, but I feel like we should do the best of the best. Build a new school to a patch neighborhood, repurpose some area, and then you forgot to mention 2026-2027 school year, Pine Middle School will be no longer a dean after 26-27 school year. So keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navadran.
Those are all the cards I have.
All right, folks, we can bring it back here. Something I just kind of want to underscore as we make incremental decisions potentially, and then other things come back, is that in future meetings, this will be a much larger item because it very well may come down to us making some decisions here. We did see that for the decisions that we've made, there is still a shortfall. They're always doing an analysis, but I do want to reconfirm to the public and to this board that in the end, if decisions have to be made about programs, we're the ones that will be doing that. All right. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. JJ, can you go back to the screen that listed out where Mater was on there and So I think it's important to state this and get it on the public record. It's important for our families to have choices, but I think it's also very important that the public understands exactly what is happening with this Mater Academy. They are a for-profit charter school. A certain amount of the money that they get per student is taken out of our community and goes to another state. So that's not just hurting our school system here, our public schools. It's hurting our other charter schools that are not for profit, and the money stays in the community. The Mater Academy, again, I can't state it strong enough, is a for-profit. They're benefiting off of the children of Nevada, specifically Washoe County School District, and a portion of that money is going directly to the state of Florida and leaves our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. So of course this board can decide, so we do have two recommendations here, and there is a motion depending on the interest of the board that I can also read, but staff has showed us their preferences, and the interim superintendent has recommended to approve that weighted funding proposal, which will allow staff to start with the spring hiring process to begin that work immediately. And then there is, of course, the recommendation for option A of the Nutrition Services CEP expansion. We can, of course, make any decisions that we would like, but those are two items that they're looking for today. And so if that is something, of course, we can talk about or decide differently on, but in the event that is the pleasure of the board, then a motion could look like, I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the interim superintendent's recommendation and provides direction to the interim superintendent to continue with the budget process as outlined.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. Trustee Church.
So I'm prepared to go along with that. I don't want to micromanage what the superintendent recommends or what staff recommends, but it's troubling. And it's not troubling if people want to send their kids to private school. I support that. It's just troubling that we have to grapple with that, and we shouldn't put it off too long. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. That's why we have to start being straightforward about that. All right, so we have a motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, Mr. Bazzo.
President Smith, I always like to compliment staff because they've worked very, very hard. It looks like this is just a PowerPoint presentation, but there's a heck of a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes on putting this budget together. So I want to compliment Mr. Bazzo on doing a superb job. He was thrown a curveball today because our CFO is not here, but I know Mark is listening and he would be very, very proud of you. And then as well, our entire leadership team and our directors who put this budget proposal together for you. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So that closes item 3.03 and section 3 in its entirety. And as a reminder to everyone, we've already completed section 4. We are also going to be foregoing the entirety of section 5. So this is item 501, our student representatives report. She was not able to be with us today. She's taking the ACT. And then we are also going to be tabling item 502, board reports, and item 503, the interim superintendent's report, in recognition of the fact that we have a healthy number of our community here with us today, which means that we will be moving on directly to section 6, our closing items. and closing public comment, which is item 601. But before we do that, the board is thrilled to have all the community members here with us today. Something you may have heard me say is that it is very common for our public commenters to come up here and to thank us. But I would like to make very clear on the record that we are the ones thankful for you. We cannot do this work without your voice and without your perspectives. And these 3 minutes that you have are absolutely yours. You are owed that right per Nevada law, and you deserve our full and complete attention, which is what you will get. And that's my segue to the next item, which is that this is a business meeting held in public, and we may all feel personal feelings around what anyone is saying. We must respect and protect that person's 3 minutes, and I will follow that for every single person. So I ask you please to allow each person their opportunity to speak. I will ask you to please sit quietly, and you can certainly talk with people out in the lobby or in front of the building, or perhaps even in the board overflow room. So we are a school district, and we're in service to children and our community members. And so when you do come up here, please remember and ask yourself the question, am I being a model for children? And I really hope that in all of the comment that we hear, whatever individual perspective that you present is absolutely yours and it's appropriate for that. But let's just please conduct ourselves in the best way possible. That means honoring when the 3 minutes is up. It means honoring that each person has a right to their own perspective, and that this is not necessarily the venue for outbursts or for reactions, including letting someone know if you support them or if you don't, because this is not a popularity contest. This is a right you have as a citizen of the state of Nevada and the United States of America to be heard in the democratic process. So on that note, assuming everybody's good with that, and I will help us stay on track if we need to, but please, please don't make me. We'll go ahead and we'll call up our first public commenter.
Anthony Spots.
Welcome, Mr. Spots.
Thank you, Madam President. For the record, Anthony Spots. I'm the Interim Director of Labor Relations for the district, but I am here today to offer an opportunity for the trustees and for the interim superintendent to come and support some of our best and brightest high school students. Part of my off-work time is spent volunteering for the Northern Nevada Forensics League, which is the high school speech and debate association here in Washoe County and across Northern Nevada. We have 2 major tournaments coming up in the next month. The first one is on March 1st and 2nd, so it's this weekend. It's the Nevada Forensics Association State Championships. This is the first time in 10 years that Reno is hosting the state championships. They will be at Damani Ranch High School on Friday the 1st and Saturday the 2nd. The second tournament is the Sagebrush District National Qualifier Tournament. That is March 15th and 16th, and it's at Reno High School. The students who compete at that tournament have the opportunity to qualify to represent Northern Nevada at the National Speech and Debate Tournament, which will be in Des Moines, Iowa in June. Trustee Nicolette has come and volunteered at several of our local tournaments. We do provide food for our judges. We provide training. We provide whatever resources you need. I have volunteered with this league for 12 years. I'm an alumni of the Northern Nevada Forensic League and the NSDA. And we would appreciate anyone. There is no experience. You don't have to know anything about what we're going to be speaking about. You're going to just see some really good kids with some really good ideas. And I hope that you come and visit. And if you would like more information, I can provide JJ with the flyer for the state tournament, and then once we receive the information for the national qualifier tournament, I can make sure that that information is provided to the trustees as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Spots. It would also be great if you could get that to our board engagement director, Jen Caldwell, because she puts out those updates for us, and it sounds like we'd really love to be aware of that. So thank you. And I'm getting nods that this is already going to be happening. Thank you so much.
James Bentham.
Hi, welcome, Mr. Benton.
Good evening, trustees. My name is James M. Bentham for the record. Please place my comments in the permanent record per NRS. I'm here to speak about the family unit. The family unit is the basis of a functional society. Anything that undermines the family undermines our country. Today, the family is under attack from many directions. Anything that brings confusion or doubt to the family should be opposed by this board. Children are very impressionable. In today's society, their innocence should be protected, not exploited. What will they think after viewing something that is fake or inappropriate? Confusion and doubt undermine a boy's or girl's value and identity. They are not a person with a penis or a person with a vulva. The open meeting law guarantees a right of free speech with exceptions. Language that is offensive, inflammatory, or irrational. At the last library board meeting that I attended, this came up. Should pornographic materials be removed from children's access? I think that we should look at the decision of the board chair that night, Frank Perez. At the last library board meeting that I attended, one of the commenters was out of a library book. The meeting chair, Perez, raised his voice and demanded that the reading be stopped. Evidently, this book was not acceptable to be read during the library board meeting per the open meeting law. Offensive, inflammatory, or irrational. These are the kind of books that are inappropriate for children to either read or hear. If this material is inappropriate for the library board, it should be inappropriate for children. There are people that would call this book banning. Evidently, they would want to sexualize, groom, and indoctrinate children. But this is not banning. I'm not calling for banning of books. These books are readily available. Just go to Amazon. Anybody can buy them, and I recommend if that's what you want, you do it. So this is not banning books. This is about protecting the innocence of children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benton.
Michelle Hull.
Hi, welcome, Ms. Hull. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, trustees. At the previous meeting of the school board on Tuesday, February 13th, I gave Ms. JJ here packets to disseminate to the 8 of you, and those were filled with book challenges that were sent to 30 schools on that previous day, February 12th, Monday. And so prior to delivering those challenges of 14 books, which contained sexually obscene and extreme vulgarity, the county, the school district was contacted to inquire on their process based upon your policies and procedures for, communicating that a book was one that wanted to be removed. What is your process? And the folks that contacted the district were told that there is no form. There is no formal form to do that. And so this community committee of about 60 people who read many, many books and came up with these 14 that were over the top, created a form. And so we sent that form out. About a week after those were sent out, I started hearing back from the principals, and they all included this form. Washoe County School District request for reconsideration of media. Now, This form doesn't really have any reference at the bottom other than page 1. This is a pretty simple form, and this is actually pretty much what we created. I mean, they're virtually about the same. But the request from the principals is redo all that work and put it on this form. Well, this form is nowhere on Washoe County School District's website, and when we called the main administrative phone number on February 21st at 12:34 p.m., the gal that answered, and I'm not going to give her name because it's not about calling anybody out, but she said, quote, no, this is not the protocol that we have in place. There is no such form sanctioned by Washoe County School District. So that was a week after, I had sent all the packets out. And these principals are giving me this. So your own staff are saying that this doesn't exist. It's nowhere on your website. It's not linked on Admin Regulation 6161, which is your, process for addressing book challenges, media challenges, and that kind of thing. So the long and short of it is, if this is a form that you all want to use, that's great. I think it's a fine form, but I would ask that you apply consistency and have it adopted into your procedures, your policy, put it on your website, and we will happily use this form going forward with future book challenges. But my request is that you use the form that we gave you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Hall. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Scott Meyer.
Hi, welcome, Mr. Meyer. If we have any community members that are outside or in the overflow room, they can always come back. So just so everyone knows, we always do that. Sometimes someone is indisposed or on the phone, and we always honor that. We'll call the next person, and then we can come back to that person.
Fred Meyer.
Welcome, Mr. Meyer.
Hi. I would like to just everything that Nichelle, the work she's doing, I've been involved with it as well, and she's doing a great job at trying to follow along and present things so that we can move forward with addressing these 14 books. We'd appreciate you all paying attention to us and giving us the respect that we deserve for what it is we're trying to do, number one. There's 14 books that at this point, many of them were read by a large group, but there's 14 that we believe, and I think if any of you actually read the books, and maybe you have, I don't know, I'm not saying you haven't, you would agree. If you have kids in school, you wouldn't want your kids reading this. It's not profitable in any way for these kids. I think you all know that if you've looked at the books. There's probably something else going on here, political with this as well, I don't know, but we just appreciate you giving this close attention because we're going to keep coming back until we get the attention we deserve as the public and taxpayers and such. So let's try and maybe get this on the agenda so we can have a real discussion about it. That would really be appreciated, and that way we can do away with it, get it done, put it behind us all, and we can all get back to what we need to do. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Victoria Meyer.
Welcome, Ms. Meyer.
Thank you.
Hi, Victoria Meyer. Please put my comments on the record. These 13 books that have been challenged out of 144 that were read cover to cover by our group, almost every single person that sees the actual truth of the content in these books, reads some of the pages, resoundingly agrees that they do not want this in front of their children. Now, I don't know what is in the hearts and minds of those who are the leaders here at the board and at the library. I can't speak for them, but the issue they're defending this issue, some of you, And I've been told, you know, you're against book banning. This is beyond children's literature. It's sexually explicit. We've read it here. You've all deemed it sexually explicit because you've refused to let us continue to read from the pages. Yet it's in our schools. But I have to believe that either you don't, the people on the boards and those who oppose us either don't believe the books are in the schools, or there's something really quite significant going on here that these folks would oppose removing these books. It's very easy to look them up, however, and each school member here has the information to do that. For the public, so now I want to speak to the public that's watching. You can look them up, and here's how you do it. Look them up yourself. Google Washoe County School District, Destiny. I'm sorry, Washoe County School District Library. When that page comes up, scroll down to the word Destiny. That's the library system for the schools. From there, you can pick a school, for example, Sparks Middle School, and look up the book Me and Earl and the Dying Girl. To see the contents of this book, you can then go to nevadapatriot.net and click on the petition tab and scroll down, and there you will see that book and its contents listed. So you be the judge. The contents are there, and be forewarned, it's highly sexual content. I want to warn you. I can't read it here. So be outraged. Write this board and tell them you want this issue on the agenda for the public to weigh in. Tell them you want the board to form a short-term committee made up of parents who have no connection to county employment or county union employees. I'm talking to the public now. We aren't going to go away, and we want you guys to deal with this issue. And I know I received some emails back when I sent them to you, and some of you said you're against book banning.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
It's not about a ban.
Thank you so much.
Janet Butcher.
Everybody, let's try to be quiet. No, it's not. Remember, we're models for children. Welcome, Ms. Butcher.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments verbatim per NRS. I especially appreciated President Smith bringing up the best interest of the children. Perfect. Are these books that are being challenged in the best interest of the children? I don't think so. If I took the book, especially the one that Valerie just spoke about, and sat out on the corner and started handing it out to underage children, I kind of have a feeling I might be arrested. So I just don't understand the reason why these types of, and I did encounter this one time with my granddaughter as I was helping her read a book. It was a children's author, but that was not a children's book, as the gentleman talked about doing certain things to a woman. And I brought the attention to my daughter, and she was able to get the school to get rid of it, to take it off the shelves, because it was not a children's book. So it's just for the best interest of the children. Our own President Smith says it. So I think it would be wise and I really like the idea of a committee to review these books. Have the community review it. Surely you guys have taken the time. We've been talking about this for quite some time. I'm sure that you've read them. Maybe some of you liked it. I don't know, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Butcher.
Sandy Tibbet.
Welcome, Ms. Tibbet.
Hello, good evening. Sandy Tibbet for the record. First, I wanted to thank Bree Schmidt and News 4 for collaborating to bring awareness to the book challenges submitted by concerned Washoe County committee or community members, and for helping to educate parents as to what is made available to their children in their school libraries. Your coverage was priceless, so thank you. I also want to thank Wake Up Washoe County for spearheading this book challenge. Thank you as well. So have any of you read these books? Bree Schmidt stated on News 4, quote, "A lot of the feedback that we are hearing is that these books are obscene or pornographic materials, which is really unfortunate." So her statement to me indicates she has not read them, which is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Because the argument of the LGBTQ community is that they want to see themselves reflected in these books, which is a fair and valid argument. But is it an informed argument? Bloom, right here, is a graphic novel. It's about a son of a baker who wants to move to the city with his rock band, but in order to do so, he needs to find his dad his replacement for the bakery. It's a love story between two young men, and it doesn't contain any obscene or pornographic content. There's no vulgar language. Nobody's saying the F word. Nobody wants to fudge pack anybody. It's a well-written book, actually. It actually made me cry. Flamer. Look at the book title. I mean, the cover. He looks evil, demented. It's a graphic novel full of vulgar and obscene content, racism, bullying, suicide, masturbation, and porn, just to name a few of the stuff that's in there. This book depicts group masturbation amongst young kids, young boys, in a tent while at camp. One boy says, quote, "We're busting a load into this bottle. If you don't come, C-U-M, come. If you don't come, you have to drink it."
Ms. Tibbet.
Another depicts the main character to masturbate while watching dad's porn movies while naked. It is full of Asian racism, homophobic bullying, and suicidal thoughts and behaviors. Why would anybody want to support this type of content? Is this how the LGBT community really wants to be reflected? No matter your lifestyle, this issue should not be dividing our community. I don't want anybody in our community reflected this way. This book actually has a decent message, unfortunately is overshadowed by the vulgar graphics and language. This book does not belong in the hands of children.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tibbet. Everyone, please, I'm going to ask again. This is exactly what we also ask of our children in classrooms, to not have outbursts. We're all society's citizens. No. Ms. Tibbet, you're being held in. Nope. Sit down, Mr. Navaduran. I'm warning you once. Sit down. Please remove her. Recess while you are removed. All right, it's 6:09 p.m. and we're going to go ahead and continue with this February 27th, 2024 regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We're still in section 6 with closing items for section 601 or item 601, closing public comment. And I'm going to ask everyone again, your 3 minutes are absolutely precious and they are yours in the democratic process. Please allow everyone respect and remember that we are a school district in service to children in our community. I will ask this of everyone. I will offer everybody a warning. But really, I don't want to do this because everybody wants to be heard and we very much want to hear everyone. So as a reminder, this is a business meeting of the Board of Trustees happening in public, and I ask everyone to please be respectful. We are important because of our differences, and all these different perspectives are welcome and wanted. So let's please show respect and decorum to each and every speaker, regardless of what our individual beliefs may be. Thank you very much. No, it is not. Ms. Hall, I am now warning you, and I will warn every single person one time before you are asked to leave. This is decorum, and this will be held evenly across everybody who participates. Thank you. The meeting is recessed, and you are asked to leave, Ms. Hall. All right, everyone. It's 6:13 p.m. And now we're going to continue with this February 27th, 2024 regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We're in section 6 and in item 601, our closing public comment. JJ, can you please welcome our next speaker?
Amanda Gill.
Welcome, Ms. Gill.
Oh, that's okay. Hi, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm a product of the Washoe County School District my whole life and have 3 children currently in the school district. I already sent an email with most of my opinions, but I did just want to mention something that I think a lot of people are missing, is that you as a parent have the ability to talk to your children about what they're reading and what they're learning at school. And I, as an active parent, make an effort to ask my kids what they're reading, read it with them. If they have questions, I can help them answer those. And I think to some people, that is a scary thought. They don't want to talk about something that may make them uncomfortable. But I don't think that we grow without feeling uncomfortable. And I think if you became a little more involved in what your children are reading and what they're consuming, you could have those conversations with them and facilitate those. And I think that would be much more effective than just banning, quote unquote, any other books. And I also would just like to say, sitting here hearing about the deficits, all the budget issues that the district has, I really don't understand why we're wasting any district resources on this, given that there seems to be a lot more issues. And I have 3 kids at all school levels, and I hear about bullying, giant class sizes, budget reductions. There are many other issues I feel like could be addressed with the board's time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gill.
Melissa Taylor.
Welcome, Ms. Taylor.
Hi, thank you. My name is Melissa Taylor, and I am the parent of a 1st, 7th, and 10th grade student currently in the Washoe County School District. I'm here today to say that the removal of books from public schools is a slippery slope, and to speak against the removal of diverse books from within our public school system. First, I point to the Washoe County School District's own non-discrimination policy and ask how on earth it will be possible to uphold that policy in the event that any books are removed from shelves. How can we expect to create a safe space for all students while simultaneously pretending that some of them don't exist? You have a duty to educate our children based on facts and truth, and the fact of the matter is we don't all look alike, we don't all believe the same things, we don't all love the same way. The fact of the matter is that there are also things within our history that we should be deeply ashamed of and hope to never repeat. Perhaps the most terrifying truth is that books fill children's heads with ideas. Ideas that the world is actually vast and that maybe there's more to it than your mom and your dad knew. Some people view that as dangerous. I wonder why. But the fact is, as a public school system, it is your responsibility to continue to give our children access. And as parents, it's up to us to determine what is appropriate or not for our own children. I challenge anyone who thinks that banning books for my kids somehow makes their kids any safer. To my fellow community members who have felt the horrible pit in their stomach listening to other people speak today, I genuinely believe that this push is fueled by fear and the death pangs of an outgoing system that wants us to lose hope, because people know the power of art and music, poetry, theater, and of books. People want them taken away because they are powerful and they make our children powerful. Board members, it is your duty to foster a system in which our children are educated and empowered, all of them. So please help us protect books and protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor.
Pablo Navaduran.
Welcome, Mr. Navaduran.
I will not talk about book banning or everything, so I didn't really that. So I want to talk about the school closure procedure and how to affect the student in an urban area, and how to be transparent. So about how to rezone to combine with different to schools with a newer facility, all kind of stuff. Just like Water Corp, like just like a new lower elementary school, or maybe name change it based on the population change, because many of a school name change based. Particularly when the school opened of 1950-60, many of the residents of urban area of Washington School District, in the Spark area, don't even, their ancestors don't even live in Washington County because they're immigrant to Washington School District, and many of that past generation attend those school, and then attend the school and then pass it on to move on to suburbia area school, when the finished roof wasn't not finished, or Lakeside and McCarran was part of roadway, and so my bigger question is, with the school closer, of a new elementary school coming in, like for example, a new lower elementary school would combine with Corbett and Lower, so that give an opportunity to have a naming community, like based on like how community feel, how honor the community, because those communities, they don't been here when Lower or Core elementary school was open, because that demographic is much different back then. So keep in mind. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navadran.
Cliff Nellis.
Welcome, Mr. Nellis.
I'd like my comments entered in the permanent record. Hello, my name is Cliff Nellis. I'm a 49-year resident of Washoe County and raised 4 of my daughters in the community. And they did go to public school. They also were homeschooled. But the reason I am here today is I'm standing up for the children of Washoe County. Children are a gift from God and have purity and goodness from God. It is the duty of every adult in the community to protect the children from those who would do them harm. It is especially the duty of men, and I'm talking about real men, to stand up and protect children. We have a library board director who thinks it is okay to victimize children's minds with perverse books. Because of their innocence, children are very easily influenced. The good people of this community must stand up to protect the minds of every child and not just our own children. It is appalling to me that a tax-funded county library system and school-funded libraries are offering these pornographic books to children. I am demanding that you stop this practice immediately. There are those who would say just move the books to the adult section. That is a first step, but that is not good enough. That would be good, because if they did that, that would be taking them out of all the schools, because that's the children, right? But we even need to go further than that, because our tax money should not be funding pornography. It's ridiculous. It destroys the morals of the youth. Our opponents will try to say they were trying to ban books, but they are hypocrites and liars. This accusation comes from the mouth of the biggest book banner in history, Jeff Scott, the library board director. He's been there for 8 years, banning Christian books and traditional American books out of the county library system. And nobody knows which books he's sucked out of there. It's very uncomfortable for me to even go into that library system. It's a bastion of paganism and atheism. And so is our public schools. And our public school libraries, I mean. And you guys really need to think about this. You need to represent the whole community. The people that are promoting this, their minds are twisted. The way they think is twisted. They don't have no ability to practice self-control or respect other people's rights to their own bodies. This becomes a really big problem. Now, I wanted to say something. There's a reason you guys are seeing people flee the public school system, and it's not the birth rates. It's because they don't want their kids taught CRT and sexually violated. A girl can't even go into a bathroom without wondering if a man's going to be in there. I mean, there's all kinds of things. We need a separate school district. We need 2 school districts, and maybe the answer is the charter schools. Just take all the kids out and put them into charter schools, where they actually teach morals and protect the innocence of the children. So will you guys do that? We have the courage to stand up for what is right and what is true and protect children.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nellis. Everyone, please. Thank you.
Holly Talkington.
Welcome, Ms. Talkington. No? If Ms. Talkington comes, we'll make sure to bring her up.
Jeff Church.
Welcome, Mr. Church.
Good evening, 6:30. Jeff Church for the record. I am here to talk about the issue of controversial books in our school libraries. The purpose I'm up here for is for fact-finding, common ground, and civil discourse, and I really encourage civil discourse. To that end, on my own initiative, this is not a Washoe County endorsed meeting, I reserved the Rayleigh's meeting room at Wedge Parkway and Mount Rose Highway for March 5th, 6 p.m. I'll be there to have a civil discourse with anybody from any side. Hopefully we can keep it civil. And the whole purpose, again, is fact-finding. You know, what are the facts? We had a person come up and talk about no forms. I was up till midnight last night. I could not find any form. I looked under the section that has forms. Could not find anything. As I put out earlier to my fellow board members, AR 6161, I believe, is not valid. It's dated 2020, while the policy that they represent is dated 2022. 2 years later, you have the cart before the horse. It's not up to date. We've got to get it up to date, and we've got to have some community input on that. On 2/22 of 24, under cover of darkness, the school, the district, put out the winter of 2024 library manual. It far exceeds its authority, and it has no place in there again where you have a forum to challenge books. But on that, in the table of contents, position statements. That's a board responsibility. If you read that, it's page after page of what they believe and what they're dictating to the public is their statement. That's a board responsibility. However, in there, it says, quote, citizens may challenge the use of certain materials. The board provides an appeal process. Well, that's news to me, because I don't know of any appeal process. So let's educate the public. If there is a form, let's get it out and put it where it's supposed to be. If there's an appeal process, let me know what it is. Let them know what it is, because I have no idea. And again, I was up till midnight working on this stuff. Now, I would oppose any kind of book that discriminates against anybody, LGBT, you name it. No, I would oppose that 100%. But we still have to look some common sense. Would we allow a book on bomb making? Would we allow a book that advocated killing police? And there is a de facto book out there that advocates the killing of homosexuals. Would we allow that? Not on my watch. None of those on my watch. How about true porn? Just true vile porn. Are we going to let kids K through 8 just check out the most vile porn? We don't let them look at pornographic material in the videos. We block their computers. But we have to have a public input, public discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Church.
Bruce Foster.
Welcome, Mr. Foster.
Yeah, good evening, trustees, and thank you for having us here. And Bruce Foster for the record, and here we are again. I'm the grandpapa bear and 9 grandkids, and I want to be sure that they are protected. And it's our job as a man to be able to protect our own and protect others from this vile moral rape of books that are available to our children. And I just want to remind President Smith that the last couple of times you gabbled me down as I was reading, and you did infringe on my First Amendment right. 4 out of the 5. Since I like to say that I walk with a Jewish carpenter, this is my religious right to be able to speak up about what I see happening in the school system. And then it's my free exercise of free speech, and also the peaceably assemble, we're here, and then also to redress my grievances against the board of directors or the trustees here. And so I wish to remind you that. And the book that I am going to present is called Damsel by Alana Arnold. And this is one of the number of books that we wish to be taken out of the school district. And I know that the American Library Association, with all these books, they wanted these books in the libraries. And I certainly wonder, why am I here? And then how did we even get here? Is this something that you are required to follow the ALA guidelines? Is Kendra Fox actually have to follow those guidelines? Because we all know the new president is an avowed Marxist. And instead of reading, I promised my wife I would not read tonight. And in lieu of that, hi, honey, I would like to pass this out to this gentleman, and they can read for themselves some snippets in this book. And so therefore, I want to let you know, just to tie it up, that this book is available in Galena, Hug, McQueen, Reno High School, and Sparks High. And believe it or not, it's in the public library at only 2 libraries in the young adult section. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Catherine Hurley.
Welcome, Ms. Hurley. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a parent of 2 children in the Washoe County School District, and I'm here to voice my belief that children deserve free and open access to books through their school libraries. When restrictions are placed on access to books based on some individual parental preferences, it's a violation of children's education. It's not about the contents of any particular book. It's the desire to restrict access for other people's children that concerns me. Earlier, it was mentioned that public schools are at the heart of protecting our democracy, and I would add, by extension, having open and free access to books in our schools is also critical for upholding our democracy. The desire to ban books is not about protecting children. It is about control in an attempt to silence certain voices, particularly those of the non-white and LGBTQ+ community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hurley.
The board received emails from Colby Reardon, Ohana Hueva, Deborah Korp, Katie Juliet and Adeline Hurley, Jamie Stowell, Merle Burke, Eric Burke, Amanda Flocini, Megan Fikes, Nicole Mongelli, Stephanie LaRude, Nikki Berman, Chris Knox, Kyle Young, Allison Gillis, Danny Sierra, Adam Kern, Pa Mao and Michelle Jones, Sunny C., Wendy Robnett, Alice Miller, Melinda Fisher, Lynette Vander Bogart, Yvonne Batalega, Melissa Fant, Lindsay Hand, Susan Frankel, Melanie Tusher, Sarah Elliott, Holly Meyer, Laura Dixon, Bree Schmidt, Jen Archard, Jill McQuaid, Kelsey Hoffman, Kendall Borcherding, Georgia Russell, Linda Mitchell, Nasim Jamina, Jamie C., Deborah Hugg, Molly Hobson, David Zaveski, Natalie Nyman, Spencer Banda, Jessica Munger, Clark Watkins, Dave Moss, Zoe Bray, Megan Manguso, Cherie Winters, Haley Lindsley, Wendy Crenshaw, Martha Andrade, and Heather Walker.
Thank you very much, JJ. All right, that closes item 601 and now brings us to item 602, our next meeting announcement. Our next regularly scheduled meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees is March 12th, 2024. And now that brings us to item 603, adjournment of the meeting at 6:33 p.m. Thank you all so much.